Okay, it is 2:30. I see the on-air light is on, so we will call the September 25th study session to order, and I will look at city manager, see if he has any comments or who will lead the discussion on this.
I can make some introductory comments. As you recall, this is a relatively new approach to special event permitting. We, at the time that we brought it to you, said that it was kind of a pilot study. We'd assess how it was received. It's been implemented. We're kind of through a season. Lauren Driscoll and her staff have done a lot of analysis in terms of the stats on different events, and I've seen the rough draft that Lauren had prepared, and going to turn it over to her to kind of walk you through what we see and what we know, and we can then discuss how to go forward or whether we want to discuss any changes in approach. So I'll turn it over to Lauren.
Thank you, Greg. So one of the reasons this is in a study session is it's a conversation. As City Manager Scragg mentioned, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey,
Sorry about
before
that.
you get too far in, just want to mention that Commissioner Ryan is
Commissioner.
online as well.
Can you get the mic a little closer, Lauren?
Yes.
Better?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Carl. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we're going to start a redo. One of the reasons this issue is being brought forward in a study session is it's a conversation. It's a time for us to report back to the City Commission, share with you what we've learned, what we've seen. This is really our first quote-unquote season with the special event permit and the changes that we made with that. If you'll move the slide forward. Today I want to touch a little bit on background, kind of how did we get here, where did these fees come from, an overview of what the fees are and those resources, and then data analysis, challenges, situational application, and then alternative options. Next. So in 2007, the special event permit lived in Public Works General Services. It's basically was linked to like barricade request permit. And then as we grew as a community and events grew, it was realized that it was really more of a coordination effort between a lot of different departments that were involved with this. So it moved over to the city clerk's office, where through its tenure there, it graduated from, a 1-pager to a 2-pager to a 3-pager as events got more complicated, and so did the questions and the resources. We didn't have rules either, too, before we adopted this. When the commission took action, it created those formalized rules and regulations to that. So a lot of times staff found that, we'd ask for the permit 30 days in advance of an event, but you weren't getting them 30 days. It was often 3 days. So those were some of the challenges related to what brought us to this. It was also in the too hard pile. As you'll see in the next slide, a large event has 13 different departments or divisions touching it at any one time. That is a lot of coordination. Finding a way to permit that, finding a way to break the events down into different categories, different usability standards is tough. I think one of the things that we've found as staff just working through this year is all events come in all shapes and sizes, and trying to find some kind of systematic approach to that is always a challenge. In 2018, when we were working on the Arts, Commerce, and Entertainment District regulations, the stakeholder group, as part of that, said, special events are great, but man, we've got to talk about how they impact everybody. How do they impact some of our highest use locations like downtown and our plazas, some of our larger parks? How do they affect the people that are around them? If you're living in one of the apartments downtown or on one of the blocks where there's a block party, what's the implication of all these great special events? What does that mean to you? From a resources perspective, as a city, the question was, what is the impact to our resources, our staff, our time, budgets, things like that? We started that process in 2018. Thanks to COVID, like many things, we were delayed. We were able to bring the ordinance to the City Commission in 2022. There was an ordinance adopting the rules and regulations and a resolution adopting the fees. So main pieces that were part of that adoption were fees and fines. So not only this is what it costs to do it up front, if you didn't do what you're supposed to, there were ramifications. Submission timelines and standard race and parade routes. just trying to kind of standardize those so we knew what a race or a parade would cost us in resources, and making it easier for the applicant, as well as digitizing the process. We digitized the application, the reservations, and the payments. So what we're really talking today about is the fees. That was very new for us, and I think in the part of this process when working with the stakeholder group and doing our analysis as a team was, what does it actually cost to put on a special event, and how do we monetize that? We took an approach that's very similar to how we do like a building permit. There's an application fee and a permit fee. Your application fee is, here's what it's gonna cost to get the application submitted, because there's a lot of time and energy that goes into reviewing your application. And what we found when we looked historically is you'd have complicated events that would come in. We would go through a very complicated review process with that event, give them all a feedback. They'd get to the end and go, this sounds complicated. We don't wanna do it. Well, that's hours of staff time gone that we can't replace. So just like in the permit world, we took and did an application fee approach. And then the permit fee is more reflective of what the event is going to be. So if it's a really large event and it takes multiple police officers and it takes multiple barricades, there are costs associated with the permit fee that actually cover the services associated with the event. So in the application side of things, I should say too, I'm sorry, late fees, that's usually the one that catches everybody off guard. And I'll be honest, they're meant to catch you. Like when you're going through all the material, and I'm gonna have Jacob here switch to our website here in a second, but one of the most painful things as an organization in doing these permits is when this stuff comes in late. When you're asking for 3 locations throughout the city with a parade, with a race, and a festival, and for all the resources to be available to do that, in addition to everything else, there are timelines that have to be met in order for us to be able to deliver those services in a meaningful way. And we worked a lot with our stakeholder group, a lot with the various departments to find reasonable timelines for submittal. And so if you're turning this stuff in late, it's 3 times the regular normal fee. And part of that was to deter people from missing those deadlines. You know, we've tried the nice approach, right? Previously in the paper format prior to this, it said, please turn your stuff in 30 days in advance. 90% of the time, we did not get stuff 30 days in advance. So that fee is meant to do that. And it's also meant to, the closer we get to things and the more the rush it is, the more it's going to cost. We're going to have to take police officers who are going to have to come in on overtime. We're going to have to reshuffle people's schedules to make sure they're here to staff that event. People are going to have to stay and do overtime to review the things that you've turned in. All that rushing because you didn't want to meet the timeline has a cost. I can't emphasize enough the amount of communication a special event takes. So you may think, well, you just turn in the digital permit, somebody looks at my stuff, says it's good, and turn it right back to me. Like, how much administration can that be? That's probably true in certain types of permits. It is not true in a special event permit. 99.9% of the people who do these events, I will take out like the 2 biggies. I'll say that Smoky Hill River Festival runs a solid machine. The amount of information and details they're able to provide quickly and readily, that's not an issue. But the majority of the rest of our events, that's not a full-time job for somebody. So they're a volunteer who's working on this, somebody's an executive director of a nonprofit, or they're a committee of folks who have gotten together, and everybody has different jobs, and they're trying to let you know about their event, but this person didn't talk to this person's never heard of this thing. There's a lot of hand-holding that our office does to make sure that people kind of understand all of the components that go into having a special event. So just that time alone goes above and beyond what it takes off to drop off a barricade and pick that barricade up, the police officer's time to run by those barricades, make sure they're placed appropriately, for EMS standby to be there, or for snow fence to be installed, all those different things. You have an administrative team walking an applicant through all these pieces and the coordination of their events. We don't do refunds. That's, of course, always up for discussion, but the ordinance was written that refunds are not applicable either at the application or the permit stage, because more than likely, if somebody's like, our event's canceled, we've already done the work. The city's done the work. The resources have been expended. The same thing with the application fee. This sounds complicated. I don't want to do it. We've already expended the resources to do the thing. So at a minimum, our most basic permit, you'll typically have at least 3 departments touch that. It'll come in through development services for intake, and PD and fire will see those. So even the smallest permit gets seen by fire and police department. Our large events will range anywhere from that 3 all the way up to 13. 13 includes development services. As intake, it's going to include the fire department, both for operations and then like the fire marshal's office, and then operations that include EMS. And you're going to have police department, you're going to have the city manager's office, you're going to have risk management, building department or division, streets, so that's who's dropping off barricades, doing all those different things. You're going to have planning, engineering, utilities, parks, and SDI. All the permits that take place in downtown also go through SDI. We have in various regulations throughout the year wanted to have a system for them to be able to communicate throughout the process. And so when we digitize the application, we just brought them in as a reviewer for downtown things. It's been more efficient and a lot easier to track rather than trying to run that through email. The permit fees, as we talked about, they're based on the actual impact of the event. It in no way covers all the costs associated with an event, but typically you're looking at inspections, food trucks at a festival. If they haven't already been inspected, which most of them haven't, fire departments out there inspecting, making sure they're separated correctly, making sure they have the right ventilation, all those things, getting them into the system. You may have building inspectors out there looking at electrical connection, any water connections or plumbing and things that have been dealt like that. Sometimes even engineering gets involved for heavy loads on some of our private roads and in the parks. They also may get involved if a run or an event is happening near one of their project sites. So if they've got a large construction project or road refinishing or something going on, they're brought into the loop to make sure that we're not messing with their project and all those things are going to work together. The same thing with utilities. So there's a variety of things going on here. So multi-location events, I think this is the one that's kind of surprised us, is the number of things that we have going on in our community that are kind of come under one name. I'm going to talk about KKOA for the moment. We kind of think of it as a car show, but it's not really a car show. It's a car show plus a parade plus drag races. That's 3 different locations. One's up by Berkeley Family Recreation Area. The other is a parade, which is on its own route, and then the other is in Oakdale Park. So we may call them one thing, but when you try to permit that, it's really 3 separate events. You need a certain amount of barricades and other equipment for the drag races. You need a whole separate equipment for the parade. You need whole separate equipment for the car show at Oakdale. And so I think that's one of the things we've looked at that scale of impact for these really big kind of all weekend events is there are really 3 different things going on. We just kind of call them one thing. And how did we try to permit that? And how do you try to scale some of that and understand? So when somebody's like, well, it's just my event. Okay, well, you've got a party. You've also got a parade. And you've got the ceremony. That's 3 things that we need to ask you questions about. And I think anytime something is special, it has unexpected costs and an impact on resources. We talk about that in CPI. Every time you're a one-off from something, the impact of it is always felt the most. So some people may say, well, these are services the city already provides. I don't understand why these are special or why this is an extra impact. But they're special because when General Services is making its routes on how its maintenance workers are working throughout the day, they're not out there dropping off barricades every day. They have other duties. And each time we say, hey, stop what you're doing, can you go drop these barricades off? And by the way, come back and pick them up. Or in certain circumstances, can you go drop off 48 barricades at these 12 different locations and then pick them all back up? You know, that's not part of their everyday. And so each time we start and stop, we're changing the workflow and the regular services provided by the city to do something different. If you could, Jacob, real quick, check the website. I just want to touch on something real quick. Well, while Jacob's pulling that up, one of the reasons I want to pull this up is not because I want to take you guys through a permit, but what I do want to emphasize is no one should be surprised by some of this stuff when they call. Yet we still have a lot of phone calls. But there are a ton of resources for the average applicant before they get to this process. And if they're wondering what my fees are going to be, what services would I need, how did we get to this point, there are a lot of options. You can read through our user manual and resource guide. If you want to click on that, Jacob. This walks you through step by step by step through the permit. If you'd like to do this at 3 o'clock in the morning, when it's best for you, have at it. If you want to call and talk to us during regular business hours, you can do that too, but there are options. Then the user guide literally breaks it down by all these different types and special circumstances alphabetically. Why don't you hit races, parades, and event routes? And this is kind of a great example if you're like, oh man, I can't believe I have to pick a predetermined race route. Well, here's why. Because if you scroll through this table, one, you can see every race route we have, plus how many different race lengths you can get out of it, how many volunteers are going to be needed, and is it in a park? We tell you it's in a park or not in a park because you're going to have to reserve those parks. Because as the race is going on, there are people trying to use the park, and we probably have to reserve that so that your race is successful. So there's, again, just another example of you think of races and you think of them being in the street. Well, but if they run through one of our parks, which they likely are going to do because we're trying to minimize the impacts on the road system, you also have an impact to the parks. If you keep scrolling, each one of our predetermined routes also has a map. So from one side, you can see the lengths. So it's almost like a baseball card, right? You can see the length of the map or the length of the route, number of volunteers needed, and the level of permit that you're going to have to use to do that. And if you scroll, then the back side of that shows you where parking is at, where the bathrooms are at. So the Bill Burke route, really low maintenance route. It only takes a couple volunteers. It doesn't have a huge road impact. But if you keep scrolling, we have routes like this one. This is our downtown 5K route, but you can also get a 1 miler on this too. It takes 22 volunteers, and clearly multiple places that police are going to need to be stationed, volunteers need to be stationed, and barricades need to be dropped off. So if you're wondering, like, well, what is the city really doing if I pick this route? This gives you an idea. So all these things are available online prior to somebody actually applying. And then if you do decide to apply and you haven't noticed these resources, there's a link to all these maps also inside the application. We can go back to the slideshow. One of the other things we tried to do is actually one of the challenges that we heard from the public when we moved to the system was whether it was 3 pages, 5 pages, or 1 page, people didn't want to be hit with questions that weren't relevant to them. Well, there's a compromise sometimes, though, between what you think as the average person putting on the event versus maybe what the police department would like to know or the fire department would like to know about those types of things. If you're using this, it sometimes generates 2 or 3 different questions. So we built the application in such a way that it builds and expands based on how you answer some initial questions. So asking you about parades, asking you about races, asking you about the need for electricity, water, those types of things will change your application. Parking, bathrooms, that kind of stuff. So sometimes it can seem daunting to the applicant, but your application is really tailored to you and how you answer those questions. The other thing is, different than it was in the past, once you're in the system and your application is there, when you go to apply next year, you just copy last year's permit, you make any tweaks, and you're ready to go again versus having to hand write everything into a paper application again, which is much simpler, especially for those really large and complicated events. And in our new system, we also coordinate the majority of the outside permits together. So you need a building permit, we coordinate it in. You need alcohol permit, we coordinate it in. You need amplified sound permit, we coordinate it in. So there aren't a whole bunch of other applications you're having to run down that are part of special event, which is the way it used to be. So these are fees as currently adopted. So the most basic permit is just that, basic. It needs no city services. No one had to go turn anything on. No one had to drop anything off. You didn't have to pick something up. It's about as simple as it can be. It is a $25 application fee. That means turn the stuff in. We reviewed it. We agree with you. No services needed. Everybody's on their merry way. In fact, like I said, permit fees are based on the types of services and impact your event will have. If it's that basic, it doesn't need a permit fee because it's not really having any impacts. Now, if it's late, there are late fees associated with that. I did provide in the same table our due dates. So those are due at least 10 days before your event. If you wait till 5 days before your event, then it's in the late category. Advanced permit level 1. So this is some city service required. So it can be anything from one thing turned on to several things. But it means that some city service is being used. It's also based on the number of attendees. So you have 0 to 250 attendees. That application fee is $100, permit fee $100. A great example of this is a block party. So if you want to do a block party around 4th of July, that means that at a minimum 2 of our road service techs are going to need to go out there, and they're going to have to take the barricades. They're going to have to drop them off. There's probably 2 locations, and then they're going to have to come back and pick them up. PD will also hit those to make sure they're properly installed as part of their routes. When we do the permits for special events, they go to dispatch, they go to the fire department, and they go to the police department. So if there's any issues, they're aware of these changes in traffic patterns. At a minimum, you can't run these barricades over faster than 15 minutes, and that's like a 1 drop off. When we start dropping off at multiple locations, multiple barricades, it can take the techs a couple of hours to drop this stuff off and place it right. And remember, it all has to get picked up again. So an example of this is it takes at least $100 for staff to process this, run it through all the different departments and review, particularly during 4th of July because it's kind of a crazy time. And you'd easily spend $200 having bounceroo stuff dropped off at your block party or a large piece of equipment to have the city street closed for your use, people to go out, drop those barricades off and pick them back up for a total of $200. That's not even covering what it takes to do this. So that's typically like a level 1 example, but there are a lot of those, and we've got another slide that kind of talks about how many of these different types of permits we get. Advanced permit level 2, we're still using city services, but it's larger, 251 to 500 attendees. Advanced permit level 3 is where we're not only getting city services, but as soon as you close a road it's kind of upped the game, because we're not just dropping off equipment, but there's analysis that has to go into, like, what are the impacts to the road system? Is that a safe place to put those? How does that affect traffic? And you've got road closure, or you're upping the number of people, 501 to 1,000. The races and the parades are broken up. They're a part of level 4. So we've got road closure for something other than a parade or a race is really level 3. But if you're going to have a parade or a race, you're in level 4. And then we break those up. We have race type A, so that's kind of our lowest impact races. As I mentioned, Bill Burke was on there. That's Jerry Ivy in the soccer complex. Those are routes that we can pretty much keep contained in a park, so we're not impacting the road system. We don't need a lot of barricade drop-off. You don't need a lot of police officers. Type B includes Lakewood and Oakdale and Kenwood. These are definitely more street impacting routes. And type C is the marathon. So those are all predetermined race routes that you saw some of the maps for earlier. If you get those, we really know the resource allocation for them. So those fees that you see there are kind of set up on those impacts and the time it takes to review those. Notice their application review fee is pretty low. And then the permit fee is a little higher based on the impact that that race is having in the community. When we get into parades, we have parade type A and parade type B. Parade type A, these are the pretty much like the rolling parades or the homecoming parades. So they are, when we worked with the stakeholders, everybody agreed those should be 0 because they're really off the main drag. They're not on Santa Fe. They're pretty simple parades. And PD can handle those as rolling parades. Parade type B includes downtown parade routes. There's 2 of them. One's a little longer than the other. These are big impacts. They're right on Santa Fe. They affect parking. They affect the openness and, people's access to the downtown businesses. So we get a lot of feedback on that as well. We also get that on some of the races from the downtown businesses saying, hey, when you close the streets, you hold these races, it makes it hard for people to get to my businesses. So that's also one of the challenges for both parades and races downtown. Advanced permit level 5 is either a multi-location event, or when you get into customized races and parades, or highly specialized customized events. I can't even think of one off the top of my head, but it's kind of like the holy cow, we never thought of that. It's got a lot of impacts type category. But that's also where we put multiple location events. And what we'll find, where some people see the multi-location event fee and they're like, wow, $500, and then the permit fee is $2,000. I can tell you, by the time you take like a type B parade, or I'm sorry, a type B race, and you marry it up with another larger scale event, you actually, like economically, it works out better to come under one multi-location event permit because the fees work out better that way. So really the multi-location thing too, we're trying to kind of give people a better deal and coordinate all those pieces. And so it does make sense. Next, please. So since the beginning of this year, we have issued or are issuing 45 permits since March. We didn't have any in January and February. So since March, when we had permits start coming in, we've had 45. That 45 translates into 67 events. Like I said, sometimes we'll have, in order to make things easier for the applicants, we may have an applicant come in and say, hey, I'm doing the same thing 9 times. Okay, and on these dates, but the time is the same, the resources I need are the same, everything's the same. So we'll permit that as what we call like a serial event, where it's just happening over and over again. A great example is SDI and their First Friday. We know their First Friday schedule from the beginning of the summer, and we know the hours and things like that, so we permit that all at one time. So, and we'll permit that under one event, or one permit, but there's multiple events under that. So 45 permits, 67 events. To give you an idea, like, man, is this hindering the events that we're holding? Have people stopped holding events? So we grabbed in our previous paper permit, In 2018, we have 37 permits come in, 2019, 52, 2020, we had 33, 21, we had 40, 22, we had 67, and this year we have 45. Now, if you know anything about data and statistics, there's a lot to be dug out of all of that, right? So, what we're not considering here are multi-location permits that we've brought under one rather than having multiple locations, or like SDI, maybe we made them apply 9 times in the past rather than just one permit for the number of events that they needed. We also, what you're probably not seeing here is something we may be putting it under special events, but in the past it only went and got a barricade permit. In talking with Public Works and General Services, a lot of times we'd have people applying for barricade permits, and then this, and then that, and then that. They need an amplified sound permit, and then they'd need this, and suddenly you're like, whoa, like that's not just a blockade permit, that's a special event. And so in part of bringing all this together is we start everybody kind of in the same chute. Answer these questions. You either are a special event or you're not. And if you're not, well, you can just go get a separate barricade permit. But if you're all these other things, there's these other things to coordinate. I will note block parties. In 2022, we had 31 permits, and 12 of those happened during 4th of July. This year, we had 3. 1 happened during 4th of July. Prior to this permit going live, staff did work around trying to reach out to everybody. So if you had pulled a special event permit through the city clerk's office over the last couple of years, we sent you an email based on the emails that we had in your application, letting you know we were making changes, letting you know where you can get new information. The same way that we did for today, people who have expressed to us these last few months that they were concerned about the fees or didn't understand them or didn't like them, we emailed them proactively last week and said, come talk. Commission wants to hear from you. So we try really hard to make sure everybody's got an opportunity to discuss these when they're in front of the body, to have that conversation. We reached out to the block party folks before we brought the ordinance to you. I will say, I'm sure City Manager Scragg has some thoughts on the block parties. They're one of the hardest things to deal with during 4th of July.
Yeah, and it causes me misgivings of we really don't know where they are. We don't know what it does to traffic, emergency response, people that are just kind of drive up on it and are surprised by it. And I'm inferring a lot, but my takeaway is that people probably found an alternative that didn't involve blocking the street, which from a public safety transit perspective is probably preferable. We were very liberal, open, receptive, whatever you want to call it, we really didn't question street blocking previously.
Well, and that's kind of an interesting thing. There are a couple events that I can think off the top of my head where we had somebody call, and sometimes it's just walking them through, maybe this is the way they've done their event in the past, and just noting, well, if you do a street closure, that has these impacts. Is there a way that you can hold your event without doing the street closure? Is there a way you can reroute your fun run walk thing? And a lot of times people have been open to that. And I think when we have the conversation about safety and the impacts of closing streets, it kind of, people start to get it and can find reasonable alternates.
I thought you had said, and I may have misunderstood, the simple block party would be in category 1, one slide back, I think.
No, it's a
Level,
advanced level 1.
right, but if you close the road, does that automatically take it up to 3,
Well,
no matter how many people are coming?
We've been handling them this way because they're so contained and everybody lost their mind. So we were trying to find a way to kind of get block parties to be proactive, to kind of get them to apply. So we've been permitting them as a 1 with $100 to apply and $100 to drop off, because they're usually about a block wide, so the guys can do it really quick. But when we have larger street closures, it's difficult. I will say we also had an event this summer that is around cars that we tried to be able to do a block party permit for, but they were in an industrial area, and block parties are in residential areas, and that's in code. So I think that's something to consider too. And always looking at the impacts of a significant number of people. And that's, I think, something that we spent a lot of time this summer teaching people is when they'd fill out their application, even with all the pre-education, not quite understanding when we ask how many people are going to be at your event, and you're like, 1,000. Is it really 1,000? Because 1,000 does this thing to your permit. Is that what you're hoping for, or is it really 500 people? I think we also found the same thing with parades. When we would ask people, like, what is the size of your parade? A number of them would be like, we're getting 50 entries. Okay, do you have the entries already? Like, how much time do we have till you get the entries? And then we get down to it, and there were 12. And that doesn't mean that it's not important, but one of the things that we've worked with PD on and stuff is some of our smaller parades can do like a rolling escort where we don't need to do full street closure. And there's kind of a finite line, and we work a lot with PD to try and kind of figure out what that is, where somebody can still have their event to the capacity that they want and get all those entries in there, but we're not sacrificing safety by having such a long escort that we're blocking traffic and things like that. So we try to kind of figure out if something can be a rolling parade, but it's just getting applicants sometimes to be real. Not that we're trying to diminish the size or the impact of their event, but we're really trying to understand, like, what does your event need in order to properly permit it. So just tell us up front. You think you're going to get 15, maybe up to 30, but kind of overdoing those numbers kind of creates a whole nother domino effect. Jacob, if you'd click forward. Okay, so a little bit about data of what else has come in. So we tried to kind of rank in our top 3 by some of these different variables. So months that we have the most permits or events permitted for. So October, which this does make a lot of sense, is actually, we have more permits for October than we have since March. And it's because it's cooler, it's not quite the holidays yet, so very popular for outdoor events. And then runner-up would be July and September. And last but not least is June. So in July and September, we have 11 events happening in those months, and we had 8 events happen in June. If we look at who's holding the most events, we have SDI, or Salina Downtown Inc., held 9 events during this time period. And Salina Regional Card Club of America held 9. Theirs are out of the Berkeley Family Recreation Area over by the dog park, and they do their race time tests. And City of Salina is number 2 with 4 events. So one of the things we are going to ask for the commission's feedback on is we actually have all of our internal entities permit through the special event permit. So Smoky Hill River Festival gets a permit. If Jeff throws a party that goes above and beyond the typical capacity of the parks, Smoky Hill Museum is doing their street fair and parade. We permitted that. So we're following the same rules everybody else is following. And last but not least, we had the Chamber through our Visit Salina and CKF both held 2 events over this time period. Everybody else was one event. Event types, so if we break it down to, is it an exhibition, is it public celebration, those are our biggest ones, and those are all kind of like big catch-alls. We had dinners, we had kind of fairs where somebody may want to use a parking lot or a park and put up tents and share information. Feast on the Fae falls into one of these categories. So those things that are just kind of these general celebrations or educational opportunities, but typically not taking over multiple locations and typically not like a massive festival or something. Then number 2, we have runs or walks, and we had 7 of those this year. And then 3, we had 4 parades. How many events did we have with certain kind of attendance? So typically our number 1 was we had 27 events that had 0 to 250 attendees. We had 12 events that had 501 to 1,000, and we had 6 events with 251 to 500. So that's a pretty good chunk of large events. Locations that were most popular, City Light Stage. Man, glad we moved that stage because it is a hopping parking lot. And then Oakdale Park is number 2 with 6 events this year, and Berkeley Family Recreation Area is number 3 with 4 events. Next. So you may be wondering about those levels that we talked about and how many permits fall into what category. So that basic level, we had 6 permits in that category. Level 1, we had 19. So I think that's kind of an interesting awareness that as staff, we knew we had a lot of these kind of little ones where we're running and turning on some water or turning on electricity. We're checking on something, letting somebody into something, but wasn't a massive need for resources. And so we have a lot of those. Not a lot in level 2, because typically I think if you're getting that many people, you're doing something more like closing a street. So that's when we get into level 3. We had 4 permits in that category. Level 4, we had 6. And then level 5, those are either multi-location or major events, something that was customized. We had level 5 at 10. So, and 6 out of those 10 were multi-location events. So we had fees paid over this duration is $26,250. And we did, through kind of talking with city manager's office and working through this process, decided to waive Skyfire since we were such a large financial contributor. Basically, it's our show. They were supplying the fireworks. Something like that typically falls into a special event. It's not the normal use of that park. We waived that fee because it is us in that situation. And then Love Chloe, for their race, we had some miscommunication on their race route, in which the one they wanted to use, and so they were overcharged. So we ended up waiving, based on where they ended up with their permit, $350 fee. We've had no fines. Nobody has done anything they shouldn't yet. Hopefully we keep it that way. Next, please. So just to kind of give you an idea, we started to go through the activity, those 67 events, 45 permits. We've dropped over 632 barricades off throughout the city. That's not including River Festival, which also includes snow fence and pretty much every barricade we have in town. Along with 222 jersey barriers that we either own or we store and still drop off, and 6 channelizers. Road closures, requests, we were out there 23 times dropping things off, but I'm minimizing that to the simplest form. But remember, each time they went to drop something off, it could be a race that has 12 drop-off points. It could be a festival that has multiples that need to be in multiple locations, or it could be a simple block party on either side. So one of the things in gathering this data for you is kind of realizing how we can better streamline that data to understand exactly how much time our folks are spending out there. But we know that we had 23 times that was part of a permit, which is almost half of our permits involving road closures, and that each one of those is actually 46 trips. Because if you go drop them off, we got to go get them again. And each time we drop them off, there are 2 people in the truck. So that's 2 city employees that are out there doing that. Sometimes more. When we drop off for the big races and things like that, it could take a couple trucks. Then police officers, we had 62 officers part of a variety of events and 13 supervisors. So on our predetermined race routes, those are scheduled. A lot of times on any of our street closure stuff, PD will kind of make a round, and if they see those, they check on them, make sure they've got their permits, things like that. Then electricity required, we had 22 times that electricity was requested at an event location. Either we needed to turn it on, and then those times turn into trips. So that's really 44 trips that somebody had to run in, run out, and get that stuff turned on. We are starting to look at like remote electrical turn on for things like the City Lights stage. Parks has just taken like the Friendship Center and a couple of their other locations to remote electrical turn on so that you can do it from a computer at our office. But at this moment, we're still running out and turning those services on. We didn't have any water requests. And bathrooms, not only do bathrooms have to be opened if they're locked, they're either at a different time than the park's regular operating time, or they're downtown and then they've been locked for the evening, or during winter months, they have to be unlocked, and often extra cleaning. So for instance, if we have a race on Saturday, even if it's in one of the parks, Parks and Rec team will go out there, make sure they're extra clean, stock them with extra toilet paper, things like that, to kind of handle the bigger usage. So that's somebody out there spending, 30 minutes. And then, of course, after the race, Monday, when they come in, they're making sure that that's extra clean. What was the impact of all those people using those facilities, and, of course, locking those things back up. So those can actually result in sometimes even 4 trips where somebody's opening and locking those, but also somebody's cleaning and restocking those facilities. And then we've worked a lot with the fire department on EMS standby. So there are certain events like the drag race that happens during KKOA that we do have, just due to the nature of that event and its central one location, we do an EMS standby there. And in the special event permit, there's a fee to that's actually in your adopted fee table, and the applicant pays that fee for EMS standby. But what we are finding with some of our bigger races is things like the marathon. We had a long discussion about doing EMS standby on the marathon. The thing is you have somebody that's at some level of the race route at all times, so just sticking an entire ambulance at one spot really makes no sense. It's a lot easier actually to have all of the EMS folks aware of the route. They've actually got a doctor assigned to the race that's part of the race team. And with technology the way it is, and our town being the size it is, you can pretty much get to anybody on that route within 10 minutes. And you would take you 10 minutes if you were at the wrong end of the route anyways. So in working with them, we've decided not to dedicate one EMS vehicle to just one spot on the route, but instead they're kind of aware of it and know that additional impact to their staffing during that time, so that they've got a little extra capacity.
Quick question. Does the city already own all those barricades and Jersey barriers? Do they have to be rented?
We own the majority of the barricades. Sometimes we'll have an event bring some to the table, but the barricades are pretty much us. And then the Jersey barriers, I think we own 22, and the rest are owned by the drag race hosts, and we store them. And then we use the heavy equipment to move them into place.
What's a Jersey barrier?
I think it's the big cement. Yeah.
The concrete barrier that you
They create kind of that
oftentimes see on the
wall.
side of the interstate or a roadway.
You'll see them on the highway, and they'll kind of channel you off from another lane. So, yeah, they're pretty heavy duty. Next. So some of the challenges that we came into this process with was, application took too long. Like I said, we customized that, tried to make it fit the questions and the issues related to each event. Tried to get the applications in a timely manner. If you're going to have Riverfest, we need probably 6 months to know what's going on, to have those conversations, to get you and the resources and the time and stuff in the queue. That's not something we do 30 days out. And trying to have realistic timelines. If we're pulling people, into overtime, if we're having to find extra barriers or reprogram things, we need some realistic timelines in which to do that. We were getting applications that were missing critical information. These days, like in our digital application, you have to turn the stuff in or you can't hit submit. And it's amazing how much more of a complete application you can get when people can't bypass some of those things. There were no fees and there were no cost recovery. Wherever the commission falls on the fees, I think one of the things that staff notes is when you don't have a fee for something, and people don't see it has a cost and a value, it's very easy to just kind of ask for whatever. And it's very easy to not understand the impacts of an event that just kind of keeps unfolding. I think everyone in our team can think about even some of our predictable events. Somebody turns their application in and there's stuff changing all the time on them. It's an exciting thing, but the marathon, we've been having conversations with them for over a year. Well, about a month ago, they decided they wanted to do an after party that's got tents and information and vendors and alcohol. Well, that's a changing, evolving thing. I'm glad we have the timeline set, and I'm glad we're able to scooch it in, but those are the kinds of things that, realistic timelines and having enough capacity that if somebody says, hey, what about this? We've got enough lag time to try and get that in. If we're only waiting 30 days or we don't have capacity, we can't squeeze those things in. I think there was also no clear way for us to all coordinate these different things. Applicants, even with the best intentions, kind of shop for answers sometimes. It's like, well, I asked mom, well, I asked dad, what'd you get? And so one of the things about the digitized review process is it has everybody feeding their stuff into one spot. I'll tell you, Brent over at General Services and Streets has been awesome. Barricades are probably one of the biggest ones that somebody will call over there and try and get them to say yes. And then there's other impacts to the rest of the organization. And moving just the barricade part into special event permit, we were catching so many special events that people were just trying to get a barricade permit for. And it's like, well, there's other things involved here. I know you just need these couple of barricades, but you also have 500 to 1,000 people coming. Where are they going to park? Do you have restrooms? Does fire and EMS? No, because the barricade permits didn't go to dispatch. They didn't go to fire and they didn't go to PD. So there's a lot of these coordination pieces. Did they have insurance? Is the right insurance? As soon as you close a street, you're on city property and on right-of-way. That has different implications than something being on your own private property. That's where we get into risk mitigation. Post-adoption challenges, we've solved a lot of these problems or made improvements, but change is never easy, and we know that's been hard. Like I said, we as an organization and staff have tried to be very proactive and informative about that. We have all these resources online. We met 2 major kind of town hall style meetings with event holders, whether they were people who had held events in Salina before or regularly hold events, to walk through the new permit, to make sure people were comfortable applying and understanding the rules. And then throughout the summer, as we've gotten feedback from them on how to make the permit better, how to change the application, we're regularly trying to do those things. Application refinement, we knew this part was coming. When you try to coordinate as much as we are into one permit, it's a lot. But we're just about there. It really is, we have permit 2, but I just need a moment to kind of drop it out into the real world. But it has a lot of the stuff that we fixed over the summer, particularly for the multi-location permits. You can still apply in one, but we've got videos on each section in the application too that you're able to watch and see how somebody fills it out, in addition to maybe if you don't want to read our user manual, just trying to put more and more resources in the permit along with some more streamlined questions. Fees, we've gotten feedback from folks asking, why do nonprofits have to pay the fees? We've also gotten fees from longtime event holders that are kind of more localized that say, hey, I don't think I fit this category, or this doesn't seem to match my event and the impact to my event, or I don't think I take this many resources. Please maybe look at us when you bring fees back to the City Commission. And I think sometimes what's frustrating is we're not allowing as much customization, but some of that's on purpose. There is customization, and if you'd like to do a whole new race route, we'll do that. But I can tell you on average, it takes about 8 to 10 hours of staff time from multiple departments to develop a new race route. Because we got to look at different traffic patterns, we're going to have to look at different safety concerns, all these different things. The routes that we have here are tested, they're cited, We know exactly how many resources go into them. That's the same thing too with a new race route. We got to figure out how many more police officers we need, how many barricades. Everything needs to be built from scratch. So yes, there is room to customize, but just customization has an impact on the organization and our resources. Otherwise, you can still have these events, but using some of these predetermined things so we know what those resources and impacts are. But we have gotten feedback that people aren't, wish they could customize things more. And I will say we have had some events that they looked at it and said, you know what? We want customization, we'll pay for it. Okay. Business decision on their part. Next.
Great. Do you have any non-profits putting on any of these big events? I'm just thinking of schools, city. I'm assuming that the River Festival is technically a nonprofit.
I'm kind of running through my head. We've had some, I think when you say nonprofit, I think we've had some LLCs like, I don't know if KKOA falls into a nonprofit. There is a business model there, I believe. But I can't think of any. Well, let's take Salina on Tap, for instance. That's a for-profit event. That's not a nonprofit event. I think several of the races are used for fundraising, but they are associated maybe with the hospital. So yes and no. I think there are some private, and I think what we'll find from just the conversations we've had, and I think everybody's kind of interested to see how Salina on Tap goes, because that is definitely kind of taking something we've seen successful in a different venue and bringing it to a different venue. And I think it'll have people look at downtown and hosting events down there a little bit differently, and maybe more of a less nonprofit way. So, as different options and alternatives, I'm sorry, I'm not emotional. Just, so one, you can keep the fees the way they are. The city commission could issue change. And maybe one thing we talked about as staff is no fee for our city partners. I would say, 305 has facility staff. That if we wanted to say, hey, 305, you put your own barricades out, or you find the resources to cover some of those things that normally we would, maybe that's something, because 305 has those resources and they're not putting those resources onto us, we could change, they could still permit, so we're all on the same page and have that informational piece, but maybe the permit fee isn't there. Maybe it's just an application fee. We recognize that Skyfire might be an exception because it's really us paying for the city fireworks show, but somebody else is paying for the fireworks. SDI and Visit Salina have their own staff. And so, like, when we have sports tournaments and stuff, a lot of times they can get out there and put out cones or deal with managing the public and managing parking and things like that, or all the amazing events that you see happening downtown, like at the stage. Well, SDI staff is down there kind of helping them get in, getting the electricity turned on for their events. They pop the cones down. So that's us not sending somebody down to do that. Now, if it's not an SDI event, either Leslie's helping because SDI is great like that, or we've got somebody going down. But those are resources that I think if we looked at just SDI and Visit Salina, if there's ways that they can cover the services that they're using from those events, and because the relationship the city has with them, where essentially we're writing them a check through our budget, do we look at that differently? Are they providing services like we provide services? It's just kind of going through a different arm, right? Should the city pay its own fees? I think that's one of the things that our different departments have asked us, and very appreciative of them for all going through that this summer. And we have everybody's stuff in there, but I think the question is really about the fees.
The event's Saturday. Was that a city event, the parade and everything on Iron Street?
Oh, yes, sorry. I was in Washington DC. I'm sorry. I'm like, yes, Saturday. Yes, that was Smoky Hill Museum's Fall Festival. And yes, that is permitted. The parade was permitted and the street fair.
And the city paid fees to the city?
Well, I think, a lot of times I'm going to let Mike cover that.
It's been a long-standing practice of the city that we pay those fees. And sometimes you've got different funds that funds are being transferred for, and it's really just kind of to reflect the full cost of an activity. Doesn't mean we have to do that, but another example we get a lot is waiver of tipping fees at the landfill. Well, the landfill is trying to set fees to cover its cost, and so if we have a free landfill day, we try to pay that fee to make sure we have a sense of that cost and that value. We wouldn't have to do that, and it really depends on what events these are. But
For example, like the Christmas parade, is that an SDI event?
Yes.
Okay.
And we would permit that as a parade.
so if I could offer one clarification with respect to Skyfire, the city makes a financial contribution, but we do not pay the full cost of Skyfire. We haven't for years. And for the longest time, it was Ambucks. It's recently transitioned to JRI, and so they bear the brunt of that cost. That if they didn't, there would be an expectation that the city would sponsor a 4th of July fireworks display. So we kind of see them as stepping in our place in that particular instance. But I just want to clarify, they pay the bulk of the cost of that event, not the city.
I mean, one option that we've heard from members of the public is, well, nonprofits should only pay 50%, has been a suggestion because of the impact it has on their organization and what they're giving back to the community. And then there's just a general other. I'm happy to take questions. I hope that we've provided enough information that kind of helps you see the various price points that are part of each of these events. Staff has taken a very logical approach to trying to cover those costs if possible, but most of them don't. But we're happy to take direction from the commission, answer any questions. I did have one question I think I received via email that maybe I didn't cover is, so if an event is, let's say, canceled and we don't refund, where does the money go? All of the money goes back to the general fund. And then for that $26,000 that you saw, that money also goes to the general fund. Well, we are starting to do, I know general services, my folks in development services, everybody who's affected by the special events, we've started to have conversations too about budget, though, that, how many barricades do we have? Do they need to be having repairs? Things like that, so that we're also tracking kind of that other impact piece and relating it directly back to the budget so that those things are better covered. But they're not into a specialty account or anything like that. They go back into the general fund.
So if I could, I'd like to acknowledge a couple things. Number one, Lauren had a bullet point early on, but this entire topic and process definitely was in the too hard pile for a long, long time. And it cannot be understated the complexity of this. And I appreciate Lauren and her staff and others to work through this in terms of, sorting this out and getting to the level we are. The other thing I would say is, what may seem like a pretty easy review, these events are far from A plus B equals C, and so it's not a one-time review. And in my observation, we can bring a group of people together, staff people together, and have a good sense of the event. But there's a level of detail there that that's where the lead time comes from. That's where the collaboration amongst departments comes from. Understandably, it seems pretty easy from the outside looking in, but things come up. We learn from one event to the next that we forgot about this, or this is another consideration to build in. So by doing this process, that is continuous process improvement compared to what we used to do.
Well, and if you're looking for something fun to do, you could always fill the application out. But what you'll find is, we can take every question that's in there, and I can tell you exactly where that hits the city's bottom line.
Or what caused the question to be asked
and
in
why?
the first place.
Because I'm telling you, somebody's probably done something that's caused the question. But I'm looking at some of my team because I am very rigorous when it comes to applications, to not asking stuff that we don't have good purpose for the information we're asking for. I don't want a bunch of useless questions, and I don't want the public annoyed that they had to fill out more than they needed to. We ask questions that are very specifically related to how they're going to impact the organization. Either somebody's going to have to be there to provide that service, we're going to have to find room in the budget, or we have to make room in resources for it. So, and there's just the general overall umbrella of public safety. It is not hard to create a dangerous situation when you get 500 plus people together with electricity, bad parking, no bathrooms. And sometimes it's the little things that get forgotten. And so a lot of times the application is an opportunity for the applicant to kind of become aware of how they're part of this bigger picture and how we get those resources to them. And we really do try to make it as simple as possible. But sometimes special events aren't simple.
I'll follow up on that because we were challenged to go through that process, and city manager did send out links. And if you got to have a tutorial to fill out an application, it is way too complicated. And I went through there, and I kept getting redirected here and redirected there. Kept going to the ACE entertainment page, which it just didn't seem right.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. If you're doing something in the downtown, but the application, it's pretty hard to get to the ACE page from there. If you're trying to pull separate permits, and there are some things inside of that there's like an ACE map in there, if you're wondering, and that would trigger that you go to
There was a link
SDI.
you clicked on for the actual application, and that's where it took you. And that's what I'm saying. It is way too complex from what I saw.
Right, and we can look at the functionality. What I can tell you is prior to this process, the tutorial was the staff meeting with the applicant, and we were becoming the co-organizer of the event. So we're trying to build a process that meets them where they're at.
It's a work in progress, but to the fees and the cost recovery, I'm sorry, but the taxpayers are already paying for these services. It's like double taxation to me. I think, it's a prime example, you killed the block parties with the $200 fee. That's just not going to happen.
And I would acknowledge, whether it's Salina or any other community, the fees don't cover our costs. And Lauren made the point previously. I think if there's no cost whatsoever, then we get inundated with
But we're not
requests.
here to make a profit.
Yeah, well, we're definitely not making a profit. We're not covering costs either. If the commission has feedback about a fee structure, I don't know that staff has a vested interest in that fee structure as much as trying to avoid last minute unforeseen, unplanned events.
Yeah, that's understood, and I think the fee structure needs to be visited.
Well, and that was where we left off when we brought these to you. Staff is not trying to kill anything. Staff did the math, suggested these fees, and if the body doesn't think they're right, we have data now to actually look at to see what happened that we can make further educated decisions from.
I actually have looked at this from both sides. I actually filled out an application for an event earlier this year, and a lot of things you don't think of. For Juneteenth, which was the event, will be used the 6-7 City Light stage. Well, little things like trash cans. Oh yeah, I guess you do need a trash can if you're going to have people. Do we need bathrooms? And we actually discussed, we're only going to be there for 30 minutes. People go shopping downtown with that, but we can probably skip the bathrooms there. We'll need them in the park, but not downtown. But there's just a lot of little things you just don't think of.
Well, and Juneteenth's a great example, is that you had a ceremony, then you had a parade that went to Oakdale, and then you had a party at Oakdale.
Oakdale, right.
So that's 3 different things all happening kind of under one umbrella.
But then we heard feedback of the fees for the Juneteenth celebration
Well-
was over the top.
The fees, they're in the application, but when you see them, it's during the application process. Now, the fees, and the only part I worked with was the ceremony downtown. And our fees there, I'm assuming, were relatively small because the only thing we needed turned on was electricity. I'm guessing the parade in Oakdale were where the cost came.
Correct, and actually, we saved you money by putting you under one permit
permit.
rather than doing 3 separate permits. So that
it's-
made a difference, and I think that was a good example of yet a committee. And kind of one committee person was kind of in charge of this part of the event, and then there were other people in charge of other things, and then I think the person who originally submitted the application wasn't participating any longer. And so some of that is just an example of like staff trying to kind of communicate with the different groups that are having these things because they can change in some situations.
Right. It certainly pointed out the need to start your application, God, if you can, a year in advance. Well, and more importantly, we did have a productive meeting with city staff, but the earlier that meeting can occur, the better. But if I was gonna, we have some hard cost items. A barricade costs, I don't know, if it costs $5 a barricade, that's a hard cost, and it doesn't matter whether you're nonprofit or whoever. It still costs $5 to move that barricade. Those costs I can see keeping the same. But somehow tilting the structure so that the smaller neighborhood events aren't necessarily bearing even a proportional cost of the events. I think it's a good idea to think, but do we really need to close the whole block? It's safer rather than using 4 or 5 yards on one side of the street. But if we can try to support our neighborhood involvement and investment. The big events, I would hate to have to fill out an application for something like KKOA or River Festival. I mean, I would just say, nah, I ain't doing it. It's just so many parts. But yeah, my block party didn't happen because the person who was organizing it saw the fee and said, boy, that's a lot just to say hi to your neighbors. Could we have afforded it? Sure. But I think it was more the principle of the matter.
So the block party permit, though, if you chose block party, fills out pretty fast. It's definitely a different application than if you're KKOA.
Yep.
So I think that's kind of worth noting. And I
But is it still a $250 application fee, even though it's
What,
a block
200?
party?
a block party in a residential area is $200 total. 100 permit, 100 application.
Okay.
And
And you could argue, okay, well, we're going to have it down at the entertainment place or we're going to have it in the park. You're going to spend that $200 in some form or fashion for a place. I guess unless, I don't know how much does it cost just to rent a gazebo at one of our parks, but, and people accept, a reservation fee. May not be $200 for the park shelter, but it does catch a lot of people off guard. The costs add up quietly and slowly when you're doing a big event. You don't
Yeah.
realize how much each one of these things costs.
well, and I would say even if the cost to what Commissioner Longbine is saying is viewed as something that is part of taxpayer benefits, I would say the questions, though, in the application, we can always work to make that simpler, but we either have to ask those applications up front or we end up asking them later. So we find that like the applicant answering those questions up front as best as possible helps to have those conversations sooner rather than later, because if we don't ask them, they're gonna come up and then they surprise people. So some of those conversations, it may seem a little daunting, but they're probably necessary.
Well, in filling out that application, the homework exercise for the applicant, where if we're the first raising the question for their consideration for the first time, that they may not know the answer. So now we are in a staff meeting where we've raised the question, and then we have to get back together. I mean, if forced to choose between what minimal revenue there is and the process is, it adds value for staff as well as.
And you can exit out of the application, save it, come back, because a lot of
Correct.
times it does trigger questions. Oh, wow, we didn't think about that. Let's have a quick phone canvas and find out.
Well, and to what Mike's saying, that question you have on the application that you then call staff and ask about before you turn your application in is one phone call. But if we don't ask those up front, that ends up being 3 or 4 phone calls afterwards, trying to catch everybody on these different things. So I think the questions have to be asked, because at the end of the day, somebody's got to be responsible for them and how they impact other things. And the satisfaction, it may be frustrating to fill out a larger application, but that's not nearly as frustrating as what we heard with our old application, where we're having continuous ongoing conversations about stuff we weren't asking about. And it was always like, kind of, what about this? What about this? What about this? Where at least we're having those conversations up front.
So as far as special events definitions, is it only on public ground?
No, it can be on private ground. I mean, if you have an activity that's kind of really surpassing the capacity of a space, that's where it turns into a special event permit. So, for instance,
How
like,
does someone know that? Let's say, like at South High, when they had the state softball tournament, did that require us a special event permit?
I don't remember, did we actually, we had a long conversation with them.
Because I think
Did we have
originally
that
it was.
permit? We didn't.
The U.S. Ladies Open is probably a good example where the event itself was on the golf course, but they had satellite parking, they had overflow parking along the residential streets.
We did work with Parks and Visit Salina on the softball tournament, and they actually had enough physical parking at the high school, but we were concerned about parking being off-site and impacting the park, which is a good example of the event has left its space, right? We often tell people, like, if you can keep it contained and it's not going to have these additional impacts, great, have at it. But we were able to work with Visit Salina, and they had the staff that were out there getting people back to the parking. They produced signage to really work. And so, because they were willing to put in the time and they actually had the physical facility to hold all the parking, we worked with them on that one.
How do individuals know that they have to do that? Because to be honest with you, I would have never, if I was in charge of that, I would have never thought that I needed a spatial event.
Well, we're in regular communication with TPAC, with the Expo Center, with Visit Salina, with the Chamber, with all those entities that tend to put on events. They're also our best at giving us feedback about what's in the application, how we can improve things. But we regularly are having conversations about them if something is or isn't a special event.
So as we go through the spatial event application, which I've never done, does it get to a certain point, you have so many people, you have such a timeline, then you have to have bathrooms, blah, 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 it gives you certain requirements?
Yes, so it'll ask, do you plan on having bathrooms at this event? Yes, no, who's your bathroom provider? Do you plan on having parking for this event? Yes. Will it be on private property? Will it be on public property? Will it be satellite? Will it be street parking? If yes, which streets do you plan on doing? Do you plan on having street closure? Yes, I do. Where do you think your barricade should go? You can actually pin drop onto a Google map. But if you don't have a need for bathrooms, you're not going to have to fill out the bathroom tab.
If there's ongoing, repetitive events every year, is there a discount for that application fee? I mean, if I do the same exact thing every year?
No, there's not. I mean, I think that's an interesting proposal. I will tell you, no event's ever really the same every year. I mean, we've had this conversation with Riverfest. The nuts and bolts are the same, but you're always going to change something every year. And that's really what keeps some of those bigger events interesting and exciting. So they're going to change something up. So to say that we won't have to review it, I can't say that. Will it be as hard as it is the first year? Probably not. But a lot of times they bring in something kind of completely new, and that element working through that piece can be a little bit of a challenge, and just see how it affects all the other pieces.
For smaller organizations, does your department have enough manpower to assign someone to shepherd an application through?
No.
Okay, I'm surprised.
Sometimes we end up doing that by default.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I know we received a letter from Laura Pestinger, who's here, and she had some concerns. Have you received that and had a chance to
have.
review that?
Yep, and I think I have tried to address those questions related to how much does it cost, why that event was placed where it was, where do those fees go, why if somebody cancels an event or there aren't refunds, how we address those things. I did try to touch on all those, so if there's something I'm missing, I'm happy to answer those questions.
And I guess a question to ask is that we need to think about as a commission is, if it's events that bring people to the community and generate income for us, should we be reviewing, that a little bit also? I'm not sure how we handle that.
Well, and if you look at the application, they had over 1,000 people on the application. They were doing a street closure. It's not in a residential area, so those things tip per the fees a higher level event. So I mean, if how you critique that to make room for a specialty event like that, I think one of the questions that we would ask next year is, did you find you had 1,000 people? Is it closer to 500? Do you need street closure? Is there a way to hold your event not on public property?
So the fee increases with the number of people?
Correct.
And for what reason?
Because usually the impact and the level of services go up. So if the bigger the event, the more barricades you're going to need. The bigger the event, the more police officers, things like that. It's when you try to figure out what is some kind of not deterrent, but some kind of measurement to what is the impact of an event outside of let's say one actionable thing like road closure. As more people join an event, how does that impact, right? They're all going to need to park somewhere. You need more police security. You would need more whatever. So that's when we worked with a stakeholder group, kind of the piece that we fell on. And when we looked at other examples from other cities, size attendees of the event was a common way to kind of break up the stepping stone in permits.
Well, in Mrs. Pestinger's letter, she illustrated the services they required, and the fees came up to around $750. And can you explain that?
I can't explain it the way I just did. The number of people that they noted that they would have attending their event, plus the fact that they were having a street closure, brought them to a category that created those fees. And I do think the Pestingers are kind of a unique situation. They're not a race, they're not a parade, but that is a significant number of people in a non-residential area. They don't meet a typical block party scenario, and that's the way the system is set up. I mean, it is always hard to devise.
I'll repeat it, that you've gotten a lot of feedback about this, that these fees are going to start killing events.
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
I understand that the cost involved, but these are all taxpayers putting these events on. They're doing a service and providing entertainment, and we're double taxing them for it.
So as a governing body, you certainly can provide direction as it relates to the fees. I would encourage you not to try to articulate a fee per barricade, per police officer. I can tell you from past experience, then we end up haggling about, do you really need a police officer at that intersection? Can we block the street with one less barricade as they try to manage their event cost? If anything, if the concern is cost, I go back to, we're really not trying to recover cost. We're never going to come close to recovering cost. It's more about process so that there is appropriate communication at the appropriate time so that we can, review the events and collaborate.
Even, we charge to use Kenwood Cove. It's a city property. I mean, just because we own it, taxpayers own it, doesn't mean they don't necessarily have to pay extra to use it. But even if we did all the permitting for nothing, I think there's value in keeping the application, because that's the only way city staff can plan for the resources that we're going to need. I mean, I was pleasantly amazed, sometimes frustrated, but when I figured out, wow, there's a lot of stuff you have to have taken care of ahead of time to put on. And our event, as events go, was a fairly small event, but it's a lot of impact, particularly if you want to come down Main Street. But yeah, organizations have to be well capitalized to, if you're on that smaller end, or you're a smaller organization, that cost is going to be relatively high. Just need to find that sweet spot somewhere in the.
And I will say, these aren't staff's fees. These are fees that when we brought you this process, the question was, how do we monetize this? What makes sense? We tried to take an approach based on the amount of services needed to do these things. But if what the body is saying is that that's not the approach we want to take, we have the ability to change that. But staff's goal here is to make sure that you have the information to make that decision. We have data now. We better understand those costs. If we want something different, we can do something different. I think every department director would just ask that we still have an opportunity to take the information in with some decent lead time so that we can get the resources.
Yeah. And I think the application, and again, I've not filled it out, not sure how complicated it is, but it sure beats, like you said, staff meeting and then re-meeting with somebody. Hopefully it gets us to the point where at least we can ask educated questions to get to the final answer. So
It's
I do
easier
see
than a
we only
mortgage
have,
application.
Huh?
It's easier than a mortgage application or a title application.
Hey,
Is your slide deck going to be available to us?
Of course, it's public record.
yep.
Where's it at?
Well, it's now part of the public record and available at the city clerk's office, but I'm happy to email it out.
Okay.
We can attach it to this agenda packet as
Okay.
well.
Okay, we have 4 minutes till our regular meeting, so we'll need to break. So thank you.
Thanks.
o'clock. I will call the September 25th, 2023 Salina City Commission meeting to order. At this time, I would look at staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, may we have roll call?
Mayor Hoppick,
Here?
Commissioner Davis,
Here?
Commissioner Lenkowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
For those that are online, Commissioner Ryan is joining us via Zoom, so that's why you may hear him and not see him. So with that, will those who are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, that will lead us to awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the month of October 2023 as National Arts and Humanities Month. Brittany Willer and Brooks Olivier, members of the Salina Arts and Humanities Commission, will read the proclamation.
Whereas the nation's 120,000 nonprofit arts organizations, the National Endowment for the Arts, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the nation's 4,500 local arts agencies in communities across the country, and the Arts and Humanities Councils of the 50 states and the 6 U.S. jurisdictions and districts have regularly issued official proclamations on an annual basis designating October as National Arts and Humanities Month. And whereas cities and states through the local and state arts agencies, which represent thousands of cultural organizations, have celebrated the value and importance of culture in the lives of Americans and the health of thriving communities during National Arts and Humanities Month for nearly 30 years. And whereas the arts and humanities embody so much of the accumulated wisdom, intellect, and imagination of humankind. And whereas the arts and humanities enhance and enrich the lives of everyone in America and play a unique role in the lives of our families, our communities, and our country. And whereas arts integration into education improves academic performance and student retention and sparks creativity and innovation as sought-after skills. And whereas the nation's arts and culture sector, nonprofit, commercial, and education is an $877 billion industry and supports 4.6 million jobs, representing 4.2% of the nation's economy, a larger share of GDP than powerhouse sectors such as agriculture, transportation, and utilities, 2020, and boasts a $33 billion international trade surplus, 2019. And whereas the nonprofit arts industry alone generates $27.5 billion in government revenue and $166.3 billion in economic activity, 2015. Annually by organizations and audiences, including spending and attendees to arts events of $31.47 per person per event beyond the cost of admission on items such as meals, parking, and lodging, making the arts a vital income source for local businesses. And whereas in Salina, it is estimated that local arts and cultural organizations and their audiences generate just over $20 million in spending power each year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim October as National Arts and Humanities Month in Salina, Kansas. I call upon our citizens to celebrate and be a part of the arts and culture of Salina and in our nation, and I encourage greater participation by said community members to take action to support the arts and humanities. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Salina, Kansas to be affixed this 25th day of September 2023.
Thank you. I honestly believe that Salina has such a robust arts community, we could declare probably every month the Arts and Humanities Month here in Salina. It seems like we always have something going on. But with that, I'll ask, is there anything special scheduled for the month of October?
Would you like to do that?
If you would like.
I can jump in and help
Absolutely.
support. Hi, I'm Anna Pausha-Morowitz. I'm the Operations and Development Manager for Arts and Humanities. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This month, October, we kick it off with the Boom Mural Festival that's happening downtown Salina and a couple other locations. We're excited to support that event. On October 23rd, there is a study session that you all will participate in with our department, where Brad Anderson, the Director of Arts and Humanities, will give you an update on the state of the arts in Salina. Backing up a little bit, October 11th and 12th, for the first time, we are excited to host the Kansas Arts Council Symposium. The symposium is a gathering of arts professionals from across the state. It's relatively new. It's in the third year. We're excited. It's picking up steam. We have about 120 people registered for that. It'll take place at Homewood Suites. We invite you all to join us for that. Then October 25th, Salina Arts and Humanities is hosting an artist mixer. It'll be at Smoky Hill Winery in the tap room. And that's an opportunity to just get artists in the same space, to get to know each other and learn more about opportunities with Salina Arts and Humanities, but also opportunities for them to connect and collaborate. In addition to those, I encourage each and every one of you, as well as our citizens, to attend a local concert or theater performance, visit a local museum, and spend some time viewing public art in our community.
Okay, sounds just like another month in Salina, so appreciate all you guys do. I do have a
Yes. Would you like to?
signed proclamation here. Sure. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, that will lead us to public hearings and items scheduled for a certain time.
Item 4.1, conduct the required public hearing on the City of Salina's proposed application for the Kansas Department of Commerce 2023 Community Development Block Grant for housing rehabilitation, demolition, or neighborhood development grant.
Okay, with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to Ms. Michelle Martin.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Michelle Martin, for the record, with the City of Salina's Community Relations Division, part of the Community and Development Services Department. And before you today, we're here to hold the public hearing as required for the city to be able to apply for a state application for CDBG's housing grant. And just a brief background for those, I know the Commission's heard this a few times, we've been down this road a little bit. It's been a cumulative process, but just for the record and for the public's sake, I want to give a little bit of background, if I may.
Yes.
The Commissioners approved back in March to move forward to pursuing some grants in an effort to develop a repair and rehab program as part of the city's next step in its strategic housing plan, Live Salina, and the supplements to that. And in furthering those efforts, the next step was really to look at infill housing and how to preserve current housing stock so that it didn't leave the market from having to be condemned. It was all continued to be usable and livable. A few weeks ago in August, we came before you and requested a permission to apply for a grant offered through the Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka. You approved that action and we've applied for that grant. This is the next grant we'd like to apply for, and layering that process to develop a program for the city of Salina to have infill housing, repair, and rehab home grants. So in this step, we come before for the CDBG grant, but before that application can be submitted, it's required by the federal requirements in the state that we held a hearing. So I wanted to give a little bit just on that grant itself. The CDBG grant highlights the way it's moving forward, some of the requirements and what we're asking for. So if awarded, it would be up to $300,000. That would be the max if we are asking for the max, of course. And if awarded, it would be limited to $25,000 per project. So we're estimating 12 to 14 projects. You never know exactly what the dollars are going to come back. So that's kind of our estimate on the number of homes that we'd be able to do with this funding. We'd help with things that make the house sustainable: roofs, windows, foundations, anything within that amount that makes the house livable and keeps it on the market, keeps preserving that home for the market. It's based on income qualifications that are set forth in the actual grant. It's 80% of AMI. They use the HUD guidelines for that, which are re-released every year. In the blue sheet itself, I provided the current year's breakdown. It's based on the number of household individuals, and again, HUD updates those every year. It's also, we have some requirements. Some of these are things that we put on, and some of the things that our CDBG actual grant puts on, but things like you can't be delinquent in your taxes. You have to be current. You can't have lots of significant outstanding code violations. A habitual code violator, you would not be eligible. There's some requirements like that. Another of the big requirements is that they live within the specific targeted area. So it's a smaller portion of the Broadway corridor. We've spent a lot of time kind of going over that. It's on page 4, if they could pull up on page 3 and 4 of the blue sheet is where you'd see a map of that for the presentation here. But so this narrow part that we're looking at for CDGB is State Street to the north, College Street to the east, Walnut Street to the south, and Chicago to the west. It's the green section within there. And you may recall that we've had an intern or a fellow who's been with us for several years. This has been her bailiwick, and how Amanda has been great in helping us develop this target area and how we've gotten here. It's been a long process that we've been going through committees with the state and the HIAC, and as you've seen in your blue sheet, we've been here several times for that. But the idea is you want a small enough area that you make an impact. This is a little bit smaller grant than the Federal Home Loan Bank, so it's even more. They really encouraged, we work with someone from the state, and they really encourage the size that we've targeted here. So it's within, it overlaps. The green area is the area we're talking about today, the one I just outlined, and then the orange area is what we, on the Federal Home Loan Bank, the size of that footprint within this targeted area. Amanda did a tremendous amount of work on helping to do surveys for this and to gather information that we know we're targeting the area that would be most likely to qualify. Homes that have enough repair but aren't so far gone. Looking at things that like how many police calls were in the area. I mean, there was a lot. She took surveys from the police department, the fire department, and a lot of other individuals in order to develop this specified target area. With that, then the other thing I think is important to know is this: landlords are eligible in this grant. They're not in all grants, but in this grant they are eligible. They have some extra requirements. You'll have to have both a landlord application and a tenant application. The landlord has to put a little bit of money in, depending on whether the landlord, him or herself, is LMI, low, medium to income, and whether they qualify, how much they have to put in. There would also be some requirements that they not just automatically kick that tenant out, get it, raise the rent, and do that. There's some requirements that they allow, keep a low to moderate income tenant in the place for a certain amount of time, and they'd have to sign some agreements to that. But the landlord is eligible to apply in that area. It's not just for tenants. During this process, I want to make sure it's clear that one thing, our division would be the ones to administer it for and do the case management, take the applications and do all that, working with the building inspectors and the other divisions in Community and Development Services Department. But Community and Relations Department would be the one to take the applications and follow through with the clients to make sure, or the approved applicants, to make sure the process goes smoothly. During this process, we did do some surveys. That is not an application. I just want to make it sure it's clear at this point. No one has applied officially for this grant yet. We've done some community interest surveys. There's together information that was required for both of these grants. So we have talked and obtained some information, but no one has applied yet. I just want to make sure we've received some calls, and I want to make sure it's clear. We'd have to get the money and be approved first before we would open applications. So I don't want anyone that participated in that survey to have the impression that they have an application with us on file. That was just a gathering information survey at this point. We'd have to get the money before we would open an application and make sure. We'll be working on those applications, but until we actually have funding, we will not open an application process. At this time, though, today, we would respectfully ask that the mayor would open this up, the public hearing, take comments, and then close the public hearing. And then we would be back before you in 2 weeks to actually ask permission to accept the application. To send in the application, yes. Sorry, that's everything I have, unless I am open for questions or comments.
Yeah, I opened the public hearing before you started, considering that to be part of it. I'll look to the commission first for any questions, and then we'll open it to the public.
I do have one question pertaining to, you mentioned landlords qualified for this.
Yes.
Is there a property limit as far as, because they come in all different shapes and sizes as far as the number of properties they own, is there a ceiling?
Yeah, I don't believe there is, but Amanda said she can answer that a little more. She's done most of the work on the CDBG grant, so.
Hi, good to see you all again. Amanda Jarvis now. And when I came to you guys on study session and had hatched this kind of plan originally, we had talked about limiting it to landlords with 10 or fewer properties in order to make sure that the smaller property owners and really the ones likely needing the help would be able to get past the application and make it happen. So that is assumed that that's still part of the process. It's not written in stone, so if that needs to adjust, we certainly have time to still do that.
Okay, don't go too far away.
I guess I thought we had already applied and received this grant. Was there another similar project recently that we?
Recently, yes. The Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka, that's the orange area of that map. And that is a different grant program. It's a larger dollar amount. It's $1 million, and it takes 4 years to do. The CBDG is the Community Development Block Grant, and that funds come through HUD, and that is a $300,000 2-year grant in a much smaller concentrated area. So we're applying to multiple things in order to try and stack them and really maximize the impact in a specific area.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick, if repairs on a building exceeded the amount, did we have any consideration of a separate pile of city money that could be, well, or anybody's money, that could be used to fund the difference?
Yes and no. So one of the things that we have definitely considered, and sorry, I keep.
No, you're fine, you're fine. But
Could throw a hip out jumping up and down that fast, so be careful.
One of the reasons that we wanted to stack the grants is specifically for that. Because if the maximum on each of these are in the $20,000 range and a home needs $38,000, then we can actually stack the grants, layer them, and we will do that as the opportunities present themselves, really to make sure that those homeowners get what they need, the housing stock gets to be repaired and stabilized, and that's kind of the purpose of that. And yes, we do have the infill funding if, for some reason, those 2 layered grants don't cut it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that was one of my questions about being able to stack those. What's the timing on receiving the Federal Home Loan Bank versus this grant? When
Yeah.
does the approval come
Both
through on
of them are required to let applicants know in December. I think Federal Home Loan Bank is early December and CBDG is late December.
Okay, so we'll basically have the funds about the same time.
Yep.
The final question I had, and none of these would make me not want to do this, but on the rentals for landlords, is there a clawback? They sign an agreement. Is there teeth in that there's a clawback if they do not meet the
Yes.
requirements?
Yes, each property is going to have a 5-year agreement, and certainly the landlord agreement is going to have a little bit larger teeth than the homeowner agreement.
Okay.
But it is a 5-year commitment to rent to a lower moderate income tenant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, perfect, and thank you guys for all your hard work on these grants. So
Absolutely.
with that, we will open it up to the public for any questions or comments. Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back here, and there's no action to be taken, so we will, at this time, close the public hearing and move on. Thank you, ladies, and we'll see you in a few weeks, correct? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll move to item 4.2.
Item 4.2, conduct the public hearing and report on petition number 4422 filed by Kelly Dunn, Craig Piercy, and Todd Roberg, members of Stone Lake Development LLC, the petitioners, requesting the vacation of a portion of a 55-foot wide platted drainage easement located on lots 18 and 19, Block 4 of the Stone Lake addition to the city of Salina, Saline County, Kansas, to reduce the easement width from 55 feet to 20 feet in order to convert it from surface drainage to a storm drainage pipeline, and consider approving ordinance number 23-11176, ordering said vacation.
Okay, due to a conflict, I will step out of the room for a few minutes.
Open the public hearing. Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. This is a public hearing that was advertised for today's date and a report on a vacation petition that was filed by Stone Lake Development LLC. And their request is for the vacation of a portion of a 55-foot wide platted drainage easement that's located on lots 18 and 19, Block 4 of the Stone Lake addition. And these are two residential lots that back up to the Sand Pit Lake. And their request is to reduce the easement width from 55 feet to 20 feet. And so the Stone Lake addition plat was originally approved back in 2010 and has been developing in phases since that time. But in 2019, Stone Lake Development, which consists of Kelly Dunn, Craig Piercy, and Todd Roberg, purchased all the remaining lots in Stone Lake Addition from the original developer, who was Dane Barkley. They had 107 lots total that were in that purchase, and 79 of those lots were zoned for single-family housing. Their efforts have been targeted in what's identified as phases 3A, 3B, and 3C. In terms of phasing in their public improvements. And phase 3A is near full build-out. It is almost completely full of new houses. The developers are currently completing their public infrastructure in phase 3C, and 3B, which is up in the northwest corner, has no public infrastructure at this time. The lots that are the subject of this petition are in the phase 3C area. And they have 5 lots that you can see that back up to the Sand Pit Lake. And there's a drainage easement that runs between 18 and 19. That purple line that you see there represents a storm pipeline. And so we had an original developer, Dane Barkley, and we had an original design engineer, Sam Malinowski, and he designed a system of swales that would carry runoff from the street system over to the Sand Pit Lake. And Stone Lake Development did not like the swale concept due to concerns about maintenance of those swales, and their civil engineer designed and installed an underground storm drainage pipeline in the same location. And they've done that at 2 other locations where street runoff drains into the lake. But in this particular case, they believe that the 55-foot width is excessive and eats into the respective side yards on lot 18 and 19, and so they would like to reduce the width down to 20 feet. When we originally received the petition and looked at it, we thought it was relatively straightforward. We'll just take the north 17 feet and the south 17 and a half feet and eliminate it, leaving the 20 feet in the middle, but they did not put the storm pipeline down the property line. So you can see that the black line, it represents the common lot line between 18 and 19, and the purple line represents the path of the storm pipeline. So what has been done and is in the ordinance that's in front of you for consideration today is that the light blue area to the north has been described separately, and the light blue area or turquoise area to the south has been described separately, and those would be the 2 portions of the existing easement that would be vacated, and then the area that you see left clear there, that would be retained as a 20-foot easement to allow for maintenance and access to that pipeline. So the attached description is a description of the portion of the easement being vacated and not a description of what is being retained. So this is exclusively a drainage easement. There's no other utilities in it. Stone Lake Development owns both lots, so there are no other affected property owners. And if you are in agreement that there'll be no private rights injured by this partial drainage easement vacation and that the public will suffer no loss or inconvenience if the described portions are vacated, you could approve ordinance number 23-1176, vacating portions of that 55-foot wide drainage easement as described on that drawing. In the alternative, you could postpone consideration of this petition and further continue this public hearing to a future meeting date if you think you need additional information before acting on the petition, or you could deny the petition if you find it's not in the public interest to vacate any portion of the existing 55-foot drainage easement. Staff would recommend that the condition approve the ordinance vacating the portions of the existing 55-foot drainage easement on those lots, but retaining a 20-foot easement. And this would be on first reading for today's meeting. So with that, I'd be open to any questions that you have. Petitioners may be here if you have direct questions of them.
Any questions from commissioners?
Nope.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
The developer have any comments? Any comments or questions from the public? I see none. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back for action.
Vice Mayor, move that we approve ordinance number 23-11176, vacating portions of the 55-foot wide drainage easement but retaining a 20-foot drainage easement for the storm sewer pipeline.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11176, vacating portions of the 55-foot wide drainage easement but retaining a 20-foot drainage easement for the storm sewer pipeline. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. We'll welcome Mayor Hoppick back.
Okay, with that, we are ready. Oh, Sorry about that. With that, we are ready for the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of the meeting of September 18th, 2023. And item 5.2, award the bid for project number FSAFB 23100, Building 614 utility relocations at the former Schilling Air Force Base site to Smoky Hill LLC in the amount of $145,800 with a $14,580 construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $160,380, and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Smoky Hill LLC upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents.
Okay, is there an item a commissioner would like to have removed from the consent agenda?
I'd like to remove 5.2.
Okay. We will remove item 5.2. So let's see, is Martha here?
Is there a particular question, or would you like me to
I just
review?
think the
or-
public would like to know the status of this project and the timelines of when things are actually going to start remediating.
Okay. In your packet, the last page kind of was the generic schedule that we look at every month. And probably in the short order, we're starting to work on the easier projects to remediate, which is this excavation. But on that, it'll talk about Plume B, and that's the work that we're doing. A and C has thermal treatment, and that work carries out into mid-2025. Plumes F and G are source areas that have permeable barriers, and we finished some of the work on that, but haven't defined the final project. And we do have some permeable barriers that are planned at other source areas. That work is towards the end of 2024. The big piece of the project is the thermal treatment. And we did get an update at last Friday's CEO meeting that contrary to what the schedule says at the end, it was showing the work towards the end of 2026, but we're looking at that work to be completed, the construction, more towards mid-June of 2027. It's really the complicated part of the project with all the injection and extraction wells. And there's a lot of treatment building and the need for many feet of pipe to go back and forth, north and south across the property. So it's really the big part of the project, and it'll finish last. That's a quick overview. I could go into detail on any of the items you'd like to know more about.
So in the next 3 to 4 years, we ought to see things.
Well, we're
Really
going to see some, we're moving the utilities with this project, and then the next will be to dig about a 1,900 square foot hole. So that excavation is going to be noticeable, and I think there's roughly 8,200 square yards of dirt to be removed, and then that'll actually be the first time we actually do something that's remediation in the end project. So that RFP will put out before the end of this year, once the utilities are located. And that work plan's been approved, so it's a matter of putting out the request for quote or for bids and moving forward with that. So that'll happen pretty quick out there, that piece of the work. The rest of it, some of the projects, the thermal treatment and the directed groundwater recirculation are fairly complicated, take a little longer to get designed and put in place. So,
Thank you.
does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from Ms. Tasker? Questions or comments from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring the item 5.1 and 5.2 of the consent agenda back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 5.1 and 5.2. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, those not opposed, that passes 5-0. That will lead us to administration.
Item 6.1, approve ordinance number 23-11173 on second reading, granting to Evergy Kansas Central, Inc. an electric franchise, prescribing the terms thereof and relating thereto, and repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances inconsistent with or in conflict with the terms hereof.
Okay, ordinance number 23-11173 was passed on first reading on September 18th, 2023. Since that time, no comments have been received. Are there any questions or comments from the commission?
Nope.
From the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of ordinance number 23-11173 on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11173 on second reading. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan?
Commissioner Ryan, I think he muted himself.
Aye, I'm sorry.
There we go.
Mayor Hoppick?
Aye. That item passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, that will lead us to development business.
Item 7.1, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with GovBuilt for replacement permitting and licensing software.
Ms. Driscoll.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, staff is requesting authorization for the city manager to execute an agreement with GovBuilt to replace our current permitting and licensing software. As you're probably very familiar with the budget you just approved, we had identified funds in there to move forward with replacing our current system. It's over 6 years old now, and we're finding that we've outgrown that system, and being able to adjust it is not an option. They work on a particularly older software and kind of a functional system that during COVID and some of our other more strenuous times, we saw that they weren't able to keep that system going, and there's really it's broken at the core. And knowing that we would need to go out and do new permitting software brought that forward as part of the budgeting process. Meanwhile, as moving forward with the city using GovBuilt as a new website provider and moving our system into that, also using the forms process there, recognizing that there was a lot of connection to and the productivity to that. Also, the county is now using GovBuilt for its forms and permits, so recognizing a synergy there. And so when looking at a possible future provider, realizing that it would be worth looking at the value of sole sourcing this software with GovBuilt. It meets two of the allowed circumstances under our sole sourcing policy, and that provides a continuation of an existing project and continuity of similar services where their past performance is considered acceptable and knowledge of the specific work has been demonstrated, and two, that this product will match materials ready to use to produce visual harmony. With the use of GovBuilt and their website and forms provider, the continuation of the use of the product will create visual harmony for those who have filled out forms, continue to fill out forms. It's much easier for us to link stuff. To not bore you to some of the specifics, but for instance, like we often call them parent-child permits. So you have kind of a parent permit, and then you have child permits. If those are set up right, it often makes it easier for people to apply. It also makes it easier for us to take, like, let's say, a permit from the fire department and be able to attach that child permit to a parent permit. And having those capabilities not only provides better data, provides a better user experience, and there's a fluidity between our website and the permitting piece, which everything is web-based these days. GovBuilt functions are on a 2080 principle where 20% of the platform is standard and 80% is customized for the location's need. I will tell you, somebody who's been in the permitting software purchasing world for almost 20 years, one of the biggest challenges in buying and using software like this is often there's a box and you need to fit into the box. And if you want out of that box, well, you can get out of that box for a cost. And what one of the advantages we've seen with GovBuilt, specifically in trying to build like the special event permit and some of our other more complicated forms, is that we are able to kind of customize it to meet how we currently do business, creating that unique product. Other key features of GovBuilt in this platform is a direct link for complaints from citizens on the website to the administration of the code and the enforcement incidents. It has full GIS parcel integration. Right now, we download some of that data into Llama, but it doesn't have that full GIS integration, which I think one of the most amazing things about a community our size is we have a lot of great GIS data, and we need to use that to the best of our ability. Integration with other softwares such as Laserfish, Bluebeam, and Microsoft Outlook. Those may seem like foreign names to you, but Bluebeam is what we use for our permit review. So if you turn in digital permits, we make all the comments and do measurements and things in that. And then Laserfish is our recognized records retention software. So having the integration with all those and not having to build new systems or workarounds is also very helpful. It also integrates with the International Code Council, so ICC, so when that allows our plan reviewers to kind of link to those codes when they're looking through things and just bring them right into the software rather than either a direct input or a lot of copying and pasting. And there's an unlimited number of custom reports. So all the data that we like to try and get our hands on, a lot of times the software will say, well, these are the 10 that you can have. If you want reports that are different than these 10, that comes at a price. GovBuilt really allows us to collect all of our data, own our data, and put it into reports in a meaningful way for us. Again, part of that customization. We know that permitting software and licensing software can be provided by other vendors. Training, implementation, and administration of standalone software packages is labor intensive and very cumbersome. There are also efficiencies in the fact that GovBuilt has staff currently assigned to us as they're wrapping up the website project. They're currently finishing the intranet piece of that. That one of the reasons we're bringing this forward to you right now is we were able to find some funds to start this process before the fiscal year kicks in next year as well, and hoping to start that while they have staff already assigned to Salina so that we can keep this process moving. Otherwise, there is a chance that we may have to pause and wait for them to become back available to be working on a City of Salina project after they finish up the intranet. Noted in the blue sheet is also the current costs. So there is one-time implementation fees for software, and that includes, that data migration piece and really getting the system set up. And then there's an annual subscription, including unlimited support. So that is the same model that we had with Llama. It's very typical for these types of softwares. So how do you get the data migration and get your new system set up, and then you'll pay an annual subscription following that. Our request to the City Commission is to consider allowing the proposed agreement to be executed this year, as well as implementing the sole source component. The city currently in our system has 73 license types, 29 violation types, and 48 planning applications that would be in the new system. Implementation of the city's current permitting licensing software, which is commonly known as Llama, cost us $184,950 in 2017. The contract between the Davenport Group, or Llama, and the City of Salina was for 5 years of service and ended in 2022. We've been on a month-to-month basis with them since that time. And then they have an annual subscription cost of $60,280.77 and is subject to a 7% yearly increase, which is also quite typical for inflation from our software providers. So, as a final fiscal note, the city has budgeted $200,000 in 2024 for new permitting software, and staff is requesting that we start the implementation of the new permitting software in 2023 with upfront cost of $58,000 due at the start of the project, and the remaining project costs of $182,050 be paid in 2024. And as you can see, we currently pay $60,280.77 for our annual subscription to Davenport, which includes maintenance of our software. And the new annual cost would be $58,000, subject to a 5% annual increase. So you'll note that's less than our current cost, and the annual technology increase is 5% rather than 7%. So we have a decrease in that cost. The annual cost would be for an unlimited permitting, licensing, and planning projects related to the department. What I also like about this from an administration side too is that it's not like it says, well, you can have 50 permits and anything over that costs more. So it's allowing us to grow too as an organization. So if we have different permits or we want to break permits up differently because that's better for the public, we're not capped on what we can create. Llama is a software that's affected not only by Development Services, but Public Works Engineering Division and the City Clerk's Office for licensing. There may be other departments in the city that could use the new GovBuilt model to add permits and continue to build off of this. The cost of adding additional departments with unlimited number of users, so that's another thing that's quite common in software, is seats, like how many seats do you have? So once we bring a department in, we're not capped at seats, is $1,500 per department added to the annual subscription. So just looking to see if Jeff's here from Parks and Rec, but Jeff and I have been talking about they're doing a lot in the forms stuff that's already with GovBuilt, but let's say we wanted to add parks to a permit and they wanted to be a formal reviewer, then we could do that with $1,500. And again, that lets that department grow because we're not limited in seats. So the actions before you are to authorize execution of this agreement with GovBuilt for the replacement permitting and licensing software in the amount of $240,050. Or you could ask staff to go back and further revise this or make amendments or postpone consideration of this action to a further date.
Okay, I will look to commissioners for questions.
Have no questions.
Back to our previous conversation, special events, would this be bundled in the special event process into
It's
this? Or is this just-
already bundled in, as in, like, would we have to move special events to a different software?
Well, I'm guessing this is primarily for like building permits and stuff like that.
We built special events in GovBuilt under their forms
Okay,
module.
it is in there.
Yeah, and I think they will tell you, we probably built the most complicated permit that they've ever had. The fact that you have 13 different departments reviewing in one methodology, the fact that without fully being in the GovBuilt system, we have a lot of processes built into it. Whether you choose to go forward with GovBuilt or not, we already have the permit in there under the forms module. It would get easier if we had the permitting module because I wouldn't have to build so many things from scratch. Instead, we would just link them in rather than having to create them in there, if that makes sense.
I think some of my confusion is I was on the park site, like to reserve a shelter house, and that was taking me here and there.
So all of our reservations are done digitally now to make that easier, and it's done through Civic Rec, which is a software that Parks has, and they're currently under contract for, and it's a pretty well-known scheduling reservation software. If something that the body would encourage is for us to look at doing reservations differently, but one of our staff's thoughts was to just put it all in one spot. If you go to reserve basketball courts, you go to the same spot. You go to reserve a parking lot, you go to the same spot. So that way, once you know and you've got an account, you're at least always making your reservations in one spot.
So that's totally separate, though, from your
Correct.
special events.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
No, and what we currently use GovBuilt for, or what we currently use Llama for, is like licensing. So you're a licensed builder, any of the licensed trades, taxi cab licenses, like all kinds of different licensing. And then all of our building permits, code compliance, things like that.
No questions.
No questions. Do we allow entities like GovBuilt to, if we have an issue, can they remotely dial in and if we have an issue, or do they have to come on site to do
No, they can usually remote in. We haven't really had that situation yet. We've been able to work through any of our challenges, or if we've broken things, which we have.
Okay.
Like if we've broken something, we've called tech support, got very immediate response. Either somebody's called us and we've walked through it with them on the phone, or they said, hey, let us toss it to our developers and we'll work through it.
And I noticed there's like Potawatomi County and some of them use it. Did you call and as far as references, and they're happy with everything?
Yeah, we've talked to a lot of our neighbors. We've talked to the county. And I will say, you know, I'm not sure how it plays into the sole source, but having done the website, our staff is now pretty familiar with, you know how Microsoft is Microsoft, whether you open Outlook or you open Word or you open Excel. GovBuilt's kind of GovBuilt, and you can recognize whether you're in the website or you're in the forms or you're in the permit module. So we also have some firsthand experience as staff on like what it's like to work with it.
And were we having troubles with the other software? Is that, I mean, what's the reason for the change? I'm guessing you're not just changing to change.
No, yeah, we have significant problems.
And you don't have to go into detail. You
Yeah,
can
like,
just
I don't want to
okay, yeah, I'm
disparage
just-
them, but what I think is the easiest way to explain it is the platform in which they're built, and we have some folks from GovBuilt, and I know they know Llama as well as we do, but it's built into the system that you have to remote into it, and so there's not one constant connection, and when that system goes down, it's really down, and we can't keep adding new information to it or getting information out of it. And that structure, it's like a fundamentally broken thing. And the way we operate, and frankly, what we learned from a very digital world during COVID, is we can't have it go offline like that. It needs to be somewhere in the cloud. It needs to be constantly accessible and constantly being able to move that information around, where it was getting stuck with Llama. And so whether it was a user thing or not, it was fundamentally broken for how we do business and how we need to do business in the future.
So this is in the cloud. This isn't actually on a server that we have
Correct.
in-house. Okay.
It is cloud-based.
Okay. Okay. With
We can easily get the information should GovBuilt, for whatever reason, cease to operate.
Yeah, and there are always ways to back up, and we have two folks from GovBuilt here if we want to ask any technical questions, but it's very similar system to how other cloud-based systems work.
yeah, so I'm guessing they have a backup
Correct.
offsite also
Yeah.
somewhere. I'm looking. I see heads shaking, so that's good to. I mean, that's pretty standard. But
Yeah.
you have to ask it. So. Okay. Any questions or comments from the public? And I do like the fact they're closely located. That's nice to.
I do have a question for GovBuilt.
Sure. Yeah, good afternoon. Robert Disberger from GovBuilt, and
I'm William Velasco. Nice to meet you.
yeah.
Thank you for coming. That says a lot. You make the effort to come. Do you host the actual data and locally, or is it all in the cloud?
So we do it through Microsoft Azure, and we use their infrastructure across the United States. So basically, we're housed in the Midwest. If there's any kind of an issue, it immediately reverts over to like the East Coast or West Coast,
Okay,
so that you continue.
So it could be hosted in multiple server sites?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and everything's backed up every 15 minutes. So that we've made it pretty, basically Microsoft Azure, if they have issues, there's a lot more going on that the United States has issues with.
Everyone's got issues when
Yeah.
they got issues. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And cybersecurity is #1 topic today. You know, how secure is that infrastructure?
So we lean on Microsoft Azure for their hosting security protocols, and 4 years we haven't had an issue at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you.
We appreciate it.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
When the time comes for a motion, you may recall that on sole source purchases, we typically try to acknowledge as part of the motion the rationale for a sole source authorization. And so I tasked city legal counsel as the conversation was going on to try to assist with that motion language. So when you're ready, I think we have a suggestion for you.
I think we're ready.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'll read this quickly and provide it to whomever might wish to make the motion. It would be in accordance with your first option, as an addition to that language, or beginning with, I move the governing body find that for the reasons set forth in the staff report, a sole source purchase of the replacement, permitting, and licensing software pursuant to the city's purchasing policy is in the public interest. And then it would continue with the authorization language that is present there in the blue sheet. So if one of you wish to make
You want
that
to pass
motion.
that down to one of these two?
Okay.
Trying to read your writing here.
Well, I understand there is that aspect.
Yeah, you grabbed that pretty quickly. You were pretty.
I thought I had it. Did you already take a public comment?
Yeah, we have.
Okay. I move that the governing body find that for the reasons set forth in the staff report as a sole source purchase of the replacement, permitting, and licensing software pursuant to the city's purchasing policy is in the public interest. And I move to authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with GovBuilt for replacing, permitting, and licensing software in the amount of $240,050.
I'll second that.
And that actually reads city manager, not mayor, to correct the motion.
City manager, did I say city mayor?
You said mayor, so. You can read his writing, you can't read typing, I don't know. Okay, we have, did I have a second on that?
Yep.
We have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of GovBuilt licensing software per the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That item passes 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Okay, that will lead us to item 7.2.
Item 7.2, request to authorize city staff preparation of a special assessment engineering feasibility report for phases 4A and 4B of Stone Lake Edition number 2.
Okay, again, due to a conflict, I will recuse myself on items 7.2 and 7.3.
Mr. Andrew.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. This is also a request that comes to you from Stone Lake Development LLC. And the request is to authorize city staff to prepare a special assessment engineering feasibility report for phases 4A and B of Stone Lake Edition number 2. So we had an original Stone Lake Edition that was predominantly north and west of the sand pit lake, and then there was property that's on the east and south side of the sand pit lake. And so on Mr. Wood's map here, phases 4A is at the bottom along between the lake and Schilling Road, and 4B is along the east side. And so this request is step one of a two-step special assessment financing process. If you were to approve this request this evening, it would only authorize the engineering staff to prepare an engineering feasibility report. It does not authorize the creation of a benefit district. So we've kind of summarized for you on page 1 what the process is of going from a green field or a field to a residential subdivision. You have the original zoning, sometimes annexation, but always zoning. You have preliminary and final platting. You have work with a licensed civil engineer to prepare infrastructure design plans. Then you have this step, which is authorization to use special assessment financing and preparation of a feasibility report. And then the final step is what comes back to you, which is an authorizing resolution that would actually create the benefit district. And so we're at step one for this property. In 2016, there was a third step that comes up in cases where a proposed subdivision has frontage on a perimeter street that is not currently improved to city standards. In this case, South Ohio Street serves as the direct access perimeter street serving Stone Lake Addition, and it is improved to city standards. So we're only talking about a benefit district for internal street and utility improvements. You can see on the map that this property abuts Schilling Road. Schilling Road east of Ohio is owned and maintained by Saline County under an interlocal agreement that was entered into between the city and the county. And that under that agreement, the city agreed to own and maintain Schilling Road to the west of Ohio, and the county agreed to own and maintain Schilling Road to the east of Ohio. And the county has contacted city staff when notified of this subdivision, and they have acknowledged that they are responsible for the ongoing maintenance of the street, but they've also clarified that it's not their intent to change Schilling Road from what it is today. And so to change the status of Schilling Road from a gravel road, which it is today, would require the city and county commissions to meet and agree to look at and amend the current interlocal agreement. So we're talking about Stone Lake Addition number 2. It's a 48 lot subdivision of 52 acres east and south of the lake, highlighted on that map. We have summarized for you on page 2 the previous resolutions of advisability for benefit districts. We had phase 1, the original development was 36 lots. Phase 2, that's on the north side of the lake, there's 17 lots. Phase 3A, which is nearing full build out, is in the highlighted green area. And then phase 3C, where we discussed the drainage easement, that is in the southwest corner, and infrastructure is under construction there. And so up in the upper corner, you have authorized a step 1 authorization to do a feasibility for the northwest corner, but that has not moved forward. So now that we have platted the area south and east of the lake, Stone Lake Development is seeking your approval to utilize special assessments to finance construction and public improvements needed to make these residential lots developable. So they're seeking approval for financing the entire 48 lot subdivision utilizing special assessments. And so they've filed an application and petition under the city's special assessment policy, which you have attached. In looking at the estimated cost of improvements, the engineer's estimate of cost for phase 4A, the southern portion, was $966,000, and $1.35 million for the east portion, or phase 4B, for a total estimated cost of $2.32 million for all 48 lots. We've provided information about maintenance and life cycle costs for the streets and utility lines needed to serve that area. On page 8, we indicated that the projected market price for the developable lots would be $35,000 for interior lots and up to $90,000 for the lakeside lots. And along with that, they're proposing to build and sell homes in the $250,000 to $800,000 price range, again with the higher prices being the lots that back up to the lake. So we did a research search of the Great Plains multi-list, and there are currently on the market 19 existing homes within the $250,000 to $375,000 price range, And there are 9 homes currently on the market that are $375,000 or above. And so that's how that relates. They're not proposing any new or innovative housing products, but they are proposing townhomes on the R2 zone lots that back up to Schilling Road. And so the estimates are that they would be $55,000 per lot in Phase 4A, the southern portion, and $66,000 per lot in the eastern portion. And then again, that compares to lot prices ranging from $35,000 to $90,000. One of the factors or information that we're to try to provide you is the 5-year average of specials against subdivision lots in established improvement districts. And we pointed out that there's a lot of variation, but the one thing that has happened is best indicated by Wheatland Valley Edition, where their first phase, the costs were estimated to be $38,000 per lot, and their recently approved financing for Phase 2 was $58,000 per lot for Phase 2. As we indicated, the engineer's estimate here is for specials anywhere from $55,000 to $66,000 a lot. In terms of having the risk of multiple benefit districts, we did point out that there is a potentiality that someday there could be a future benefit district form for paving Schilling Road. That remains to be seen, but if there were a district formed, these lots could potentially be part of that and subject to those assessments. I think the only other item that was covered was the impact on the city's debt limit, and the total costs here were higher than what was in Phase 2 of Wheatland Valley, and the Director of Finance indicated that if bonds were sold to do both 4A and 4B, that could increase our debt from 41% to 43% of our debt capacity. On page 11 of the report, we just gave you an update to show you how many vacant lots there currently are in a number of subdivisions. These are vacant lots that have infrastructure but not homes. And you can see that in phases 1, 2, and 3A of Stone Lake, there's only 5 lots left that don't have homes on them that have infrastructure. And the River Trail addition was approved in 2016, and it is now fully built out. There are no vacant lots there. So we also looked at multi-list to look at available vacant buildable lots, and there are currently 29 lots on multi-list that are vacant residential lots, but only one of those is at a comparable price point to the interior lots in Stone Lake. The other lots would be more comparable to the projected price of the developer's lakeside lots. So, again, this is a 2-step process. It's designed to give you the opportunity to review the proposed development, the housing price points, the projected specials, current housing market conditions, so that you can assess the likelihood of this proposal's success. So, we provided 4 options for you. One would be to authorize staff to prepare an engineering feasibility report and resolution of advisability for all of the Stone Lake Edition number 2. You could authorize staff to prepare an engineering report for just the 4A only, or one of the 2 phases. You could postpone consideration of this request to a future meeting date and provide direction to staff as to what additional information you'd like to receive, or you could vote to instruct staff to proceed or to not proceed with preparing an engineering feasibility report at this time. So this is entirely a discretionary on your part whether to authorize that feasibility for all 48 lots or just one phase of those 48 lots. With that, I'd be open to any questions.
We'll start with Commissioner Ryan.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Questions?
No question.
Questions?
No questions.
So just for, if you were to choose option one, what that would mean is that the developers, design engineers would work with our engineering staff to put together a final feasibility report, and that would come back to you at some future date to consider whether you want to form a benefit district for this area.
Just have, because it's not a question, it doesn't affect my action on this, but at some point in the near future, if we could just get an update on the percentage of folks buying these homes who are new to Salina as opposed to folks who are, and I'll use the term loosely, stepping up to a new home in Salina, just to kind of see how much of our new housing is being met by potentially new residents as far as seeing where that housing plan is.
Unless Mr. Andrews aware of it, I don't know of a data set to provide you that, other than maybe anecdotally from realtors, builders.
I don't think it would be very scientific, but anecdotally, we'd have to reach out to the various realty firms and ask them about their recent sales, and just to give them an opportunity to tell us who their buyers are new to the community or are moving up. I don't even know that they keep those records very
Right, you know, as far as
well.
economic incentive, you know, ideally, we're doing a lot of this for our new and our anticipated new residents. And just curious whether we're doing this for, you know, we're attracting new residents to Salina, or just making it easier for the current ones to move up and expand the city boundary.
One of the elements of the housing study is that move up frees up housing at
Right.
a lower price point. And some of those price points that we've identified that we have a need cannot be newly constructed or stick-built in today's economy. So there is some premise in the housing study that just moving up is beneficial overall as well.
And do we ever keep track of what happens? It's probably going to be the same difficult data set to capture, but what happens to those homes that were vacated, you know, whether they sold, whether they become rental properties, whether they're investment properties? I mean, just loose, it'd just be nice to know if our plan is working.
Other than some aggregate numbers that we could compare trends from year to year, I'm not aware of data at that level of detail.
Okay.
That is a good question. I don't know, other than driving by a new residence and look at their license plates. So
Worked for the first 6 weeks anyway.
So we hear about, you know, whether we're growing or not, and that would be interesting to see if people are relocating here. Any comments from the developer?
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for hearing my application today. I think Dean laid it out really well. The only thing, since probably they did the research, we do not have any lots left at Stone Lake in 3A. And we're just looking forward to getting more lots. I think Mr. Roberg has gotten the parts he needed to move forward with Stone Lake 3C, is which we're doing right now. And we do have 14 of those lots spoken for. So, just from my experience, I'd say we're about 50% on people moving up and people moving here from out of state. I just had some people move in Friday from Texas. And the ones before that, probably 3 weeks ago, they were just moving up. So that's about all the information I would have on that. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate it.
How soon are your, was it 3A that you're putting?
Under construction right now, we have 3C under construction.
3C, okay.
3A is where we're completely built out on 3A right now.
How soon will those lots be buildable?
Maybe let Todd answer that. He's in charge of that part of it.
Todd Roberg, we were waiting for a couple of sanitary sewer structures that showed up last week. So we anticipate with that, we have paving left and just freeing up some crews. We'll probably have that paved within 30 days, 35 days. We should have that ready. So, and then, like Kelly said, I think we have contracts on quite a few lots, but we've got like 14 or so that are spoken for already in that phase. So just the time frame of getting materials and structures and stuff these days and getting streets put in, we'll be out of lots there by the time we would have 3B or 4A completed. So it's just taking quite a bit in this environment to quite a time frame to get these things done. So
it's moving right along.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any comments from the public? Bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I move that this commission authorize city staff to prepare for a special assessment engineering feasibility report for phases 4A and 4B of Stone Lake Addition number 2.
Second.
Had a motion and a second to authorize city staff to prepare a special assessment engineering feasibility report for phases 4A and 4B of Stone Lake Addition number 2. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Moves us to item 7.3.
Item 7.3, approve ordinance number 23-11174 on first reading relating to application Z23-6 filed by Stone Lake Development LLC, requesting a change in zoning district classification from PC2 to R2 on 5 lots located on the east side of South Ohio Street south of Shoreline Drive. The subject property is legally described as lots 1 through 5, Block 6 of the Stone Lake addition to the city of Salina, Saline County, Kansas, and addressed as 2835 through 2915 South Ohio Street.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. I bring you another application filed by Stone Lake Development LLC. This result is a request to rezone or change the zoning district classification of 5 lots that are located on the east side of South Ohio Street, south of Shoreline Drive, which is the main entrance into the subdivision. If we look back to the original platting of Stone Lake Addition, they had 154 residential building lots and 7 commercial lots. And those 7 commercial lots were 6 lots located between Shoreline Drive and Crystal Place, and then a 7th lot that was zoned Plan C5 that's down at the corner of Schilling and Ohio. And so those lots that were laid out between Ohio and Crystal Lake Drive were zoned C2 neighborhood shopping, and they were designed to accommodate offices or small neighborhood businesses. And they were zoned Plan C2 to give the Planning Commission the opportunity to review the plans to make sure they were compatible with the surrounding residential development and also with the Plan C2 property across the street. And so we've summarized in our report what those conditions were. And so if you look at them, on average, they're not much more than a ½ acre in size. So they were set up for things like an insurance office or something that was a small scale, not intense commercial business. Well, Stone Lake Development LLC now owns those 6 lots between Shoreline Drive and Crystal Place, and they have a different vision for those lots than the original developer. And they believe that the northern 5 of those lots, lots 1 through 5, are more suitable for townhome construction, like the lots that back up to Ohio north of Shoreline Drive. And so they have filed this application to come before you to rezone lots 1 through 5, Block 6 to R2 to allow construction of 2-unit townhomes. And they're proposing to leave that southernmost lot on Crystal Place as Plan C2. So the original developer requested commercial zoning because there was a commercial lot proposed at the northeast corner of Schilling and Ohio. And then looking across the street, you can see on Mr. Byquist's property to the west, that property was zoned Plan C2. So this was designed to kind of mirror what was across the street. However, there's been no commercial interest shown in any of these PC2 zone lots, and they've remained vacant for 13 years as currently zoned. I did want to point out that the lots to the north of the Shoreline Drive, you see R2.5, each of those lots are 80 feet wide and they're 160 feet deep, and they're well suited to fit the townhomes that are built there. The lots to the south, they're 118 feet wide on average, and they range from 171 to 198 feet in depth. So they're quite a bit larger than the northern lots. And so the developers don't believe that they're ever going to develop under the current Plan C2 zoning, and that commercial designation inhibits the future development and use of these lots for needed housing. So their requested R2 zoning would be consistent with the development pattern that you have to the north of having townhomes serve as a buffer between Ohio Street and single-family housing to the east. There are adequate utilities in place to allow construction of housing. The only thing preventing permits from being issued is the completion of Crystal Lake Drive, because these lots have double frontage, but they would face and be addressed off Crystal Lake Drive and have their driveways there, not on Ohio. And so the Stone Lake development has a mix of suburban residential and also neighborhood center at the corner. This is kind of a transition area, and so townhomes are identified as secondary uses in both land use categories. And if you look at Building 5, 2-unit townhomes here, the density would be 3.8 dwelling units per acre, which is fairly low for a townhome type development. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on this request on September 5th, and they voted 6-0 to recommend that the zoning map for the city of Salina be amended to change the zoning classification of these lots to R2 as requested by the applicant. And so on page 10, we've identified alternatives for you. The first of which would be to concur with the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission and approve Ordinance 23-1174, rezoning 5 lots on the east side of South Ohio Street to R2 on first reading. If you disagree with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, for example, if you believe all these lots should be rezoned or remain zoned for some commercial form of use, then you could send it back to the Planning Commission with 3 votes. You could postpone consideration of this request to a future meeting date to provide additional information. That would require 3 votes, or you could overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and deny the application, provided there's 4 votes in support of that denial. So with that, again, we have the applicants here, but staff would be available to answer any questions you have about these lots or the zoning request.
Look to Commissioner Ryan.
No questions for me, thank you.
Questions?
No questions.
Just one, does the remaining, that 6th lot, it stays?
It would stay zone Plan C2, so that would be limited to small neighborhood uses and most likely an office or something along those lines. And
no other special considerations would have to be made since it's adjoining residential
well,
properties?
what it means is it was zone Plan C2 originally, and so any plan to develop that lot, the plans for that, the building and site would have to be approved by the Planning Commission before it was built. And part of the reason for that is just so the Planning Commission can be sure that it fits in and is compatible with what's around it.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Questions? Does the applicant have any comments?
Hi, Kelly again. I just wanted to say we have an interested party in building the townhomes there. So if we get this rezoned, get the streets in, I think he'll move forward with putting those in. So
The
yeah, and
townhomes on the north, to the north, are
Yes.
they built out and occupied?
there's two of the buildings are full. And then the next two had just recently been finished. I think one side's occupied, the other isn't, and then we have two more that are under construction, and they're in the drywall phase right now.
So the demand's there for them?
Yeah, we have people call about them all the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any comments from the public? Bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Vice Mayor, move approval of ordinance number 23-11174 on first reading relating to application number Z23-6 filed by Stone Lake Development LLC, requesting a change in zoning district classification from PC2 to R2 on 5 lots located on the east side, of South Ohio Street, south of Shoreline Drive.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11174 on first reading relating to application number Z23-6 filed by Stone Lake Development LLC, requesting a change in zoning district classification from PC2 to R2 on 5 lots located on the east side of Ohio Street, south of Shoreline Drive. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We'll welcome Mayor Hoppick back.
Okay, thank you. That will lead us to item 7.4.
Item 7.4, approve ordinance number 23-11175 on first reading, amending the zoning regulations applicable to group daycare homes.
Mr. Andrew.
This is an ordinance that's before you that contains multiple amendments of the zoning regulations relating to group daycare homes. When I started working for the city in 1987, one of my first tasks was to update our zoning regulations as related to daycare and daycare homes. And now I'm back doing it again, but it took us a while to get here. But consistently since that time, the definition of a group daycare home is an occupied dwelling in which a person provides care for a maximum of 12 children less than 16 years of age. And so if you want to establish a group daycare home in a residential neighborhood, that requires neighborhood notification, a public hearing, and approval of a conditional use permit. And one of the rationales that was used to distinguish a group daycare home from a licensed daycare home is that under the state regulations, in a group daycare home, you had to have an outside helper. And under our zoning code, to be considered a home occupation or home-based business, you can't have any outside employees. It's limited to people that reside at that household. So at that time, we treated licensed daycare as a home-based business and a group daycare as a conditional use permit. And as recently as our July 18th Planning Commission meeting, we had 3 group daycare homes that were on the Planning Commission agenda for review and public hearings. So in the daycare review process, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment sets statewide rules and guidelines for operating child care facilities, and the Saline County Health Department is their local arm, and so they conduct compliance checks, do in-home inspections, and when we're talking about a group daycare home or conditional use permit, The Planning Commission's only role is to ensure that that use of the property will meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance and not negatively impact the neighbors. We have been having some meetings with the Saline County Health Department, the Salina YMCA, Salina United Way Child Care Initiative, looking at the question of the shortage of child care, looking at ways to eliminate regulatory barriers to providing more child care services in the community. So staff had done some research. We looked at a number of communities. We particularly looked at the city of Wichita that had an ordinance that was virtually identical to ours, and they had gone in and reclassified group daycare homes from conditional uses to home occupations, which eliminates the need to file a conditional use permit application and go through a public hearing process to move up to the group daycare category. So this was discussed with the Planning Commission. They agreed to authorize a comprehensive text amendment that we worked with Salina United Way Child Care Initiative on. And this amendment that's before you has three components. One, it takes the category group daycare home, in which you have to have an outside helper or employee, and that moves it into the home occupation category, which means that if you want to go from a licensed daycare to a group daycare home, you're just working with the Saline County Health Department to get your license changed, and you're not having to file an application, submit a plan, have a public hearing, any of those things if this were approved. And so we would have family daycares, licensed daycare homes, group daycare homes with up to 12 children would be approved administratively by staff. That occupant limit of 12 would remain. And then we've gone in and we've eliminated two broad, outdated definitions, and we've gone in and adopted the terms and definitions that match up with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment's license categories. So we're not talking different language to the daycare providers than what the health department is. And so I think the primary change would be if your neighbor's doing daycare and they're going to become a group daycare home, you're no longer going to get a letter notifying you. You're no longer going to be invited to a public hearing to comment on that. But in our experience of all the years we've been doing this, it's mostly been done with almost little or no public comment or controversy. There are no group daycare homes that I could find that had been denied. And so we think that these changes, if adopted, would eliminate a time and financial burden on daycare home providers by eliminating the application fee and public hearing requirement. It would also reduce staff workload and free up staff's time to work on other types of cases. It's fairly time intensive for planning staff. We're working with daycare providers who aren't all that experienced with the zoning process. We're helping them get their applications prepared. We're sending out notices. We're writing staff reports. We're making site visits. And so if this were adopted, those would be eliminated and the providers would continue working with the health department as if they were licensed. And so this was discussed initially with the Planning Commission, with Christina Small of Salina United Way and Leanne Montoy from the Health Department, with the Planning Commission initially in July, and then there was a public hearing held on September 5th, and so Christina Small was in attendance for that, as well as Jessica Pickering from the Health Department, and the Planning Commission voted to recommend this set of amendments be adopted as drafted and presented. So if you concur with the Planning Commission's recommendation, you should approve Ordinance 231175, which would eliminate group daycare homes from the list of conditional uses and add them to the list of permitted home occupations, and also adopting the Kansas Department of Health and Environment's current terms and definitions, which would be daycare home, a group daycare home, a preschool, and a child care center. Those are the 4 categories of licenses that they have. And so what the Salina YMCA has, or the Martin Luther King Child Care Center, those would be examples of child care centers. There's a number of licensed preschools around town, and then there's hundreds of in-home daycares in the community. But as the attached information we had that we received from Salina United Way shows, there's still a large gap between the need for in-home daycare and the ability to provide it. And this is certainly not a cure-all that's somehow going to make a large dent in that, but we do think these changes will make it easier and eliminate barriers for people who want to move up from licensed to group daycare. The alternative you have to approval would be to approve the ordinance with any additions or amendments that were supported by a majority of commissioners. You could send this back to the Planning Commission for additional study and discussion based on guidance provided by you today. You could postpone consideration of these amendments to a future date to acquire additional information, or you could decide that the status quo is fine and we need to make no changes to the local daycare regulations or definitions. If that's the case, a motion should be made to deny approval of the attached ordinance. So I do think we have members of Salina United Way is here. They've been very helpful in providing us with updated statistics and real-time information about the current daycare situation in Saline County. And so if you have questions about that, they would be much better at answering that than I would.
Okay, I guess I'd look at the United Way. Do you have any comments you'd like to make before we?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Claire Ludis, Executive Director, Salina United Way. I would just add, as we look at this, with having 2 staff in and how that affects our workforce specifically, that would mean that the group home, in-home would not have to close down for an appointment, things like that, which then would mean workers in our community would not have to find different childcare or call in late to work. The other thing that I would mention is, as we've brought before you before, the living wage that our providers are making. And even though it seems like a small dollar amount, at the end of the day, it does impact their day-to-day and how much they're able to bring home. So it would help with that living wage and component that they're putting in towards getting their either in-home moved up or just going straight into opening a group daycare home. So.
Okay. Don't run off too far just in case.
Okay.
I will look to my left, I guess, see if you have any questions, Commissioner.
Just from, go ahead, Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah. Commissioner Ryan, you have a question?
No questions here.
Okay.
Just from public perception and real-life perspective, what type of inspections are done for?
It's very similar to the in-home. It's just really that component of adding 2 more children, so going from 10 to 12 and having that additional staff person in their group daycare home instead of only one person that's the resident of that home.
So there's no drop-off in safety or health expectations or requirements?
No, because it's not like it's moving it to a center, which would be 17 children and above. It also doesn't change the number of infants that they can have. That number is still the same. And if I'm making you remember back, but in your packet, it did show you the breakdown of how many staff to children ratios, whether it was an in-home with 1 provider or an in-home with 2, which would be your group daycare home setting.
And the age of the children also.
Correct.
Like I said,
Yes. Yes.
With,
correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this isn't really going to change the process with the licensing and
No, it's just the fact that the
Inspections.
way the city's verbiage reads and the way that the state's verbiage reads, it was very different. And so being able to kind of align everybody with the same verbiage and to be able to allow more staff, which they're not going to have any more than 2 staff. Let's be realistic. They're not making a living and then they're paying another staff person. You're not going to see any more than that. But as far as licensing and regulations, no, because you're not entering into the center model, which then changes the ballgame completely to how the regulations are viewed from an in-home group daycare home to a center-based.
No questions, just more of a comment. Just seems like a logical step, and hopefully it makes a positive impact.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any comments or questions from the public on this? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance 23-11175 on first reading, to concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission at eliminating group daycare homes from the list of conditional uses allowed in residential zoning districts, adding group daycare homes to the list of permitted home occupations, and adopting the KDHC's current terms and definitions.
I'll second that.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve ordinance number 23-11175, eliminating group daycare homes from the list of conditional uses allowed in residential zoning districts, adding group daycare homes to the list of permitted home occupations, and adopting the Kansas Department of Health and Environment's current terms and definitions. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? That item passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That will lead us to item 7.
Mayor, I will be recusing myself on this next one.
Okay. That will lead us to item 7.5.
Item 7.5, consideration of Southview Estates Development Agreement compliance.
Okay. And for those that did not hear, Commissioner Ryan has recused himself from this item. Okay. Ms. Driscoll.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, on July 17th, 2023, staff received notice from Commissioner Trent Davis that a citizen had reached out to him over the phone via the weekend that Southview Estates Development Agreement could possibly have compliance issues. To summarize those concerns, 1, there was a concern related to square footage as recorded in the county appraiser's office is less than what was reported to the city commission. And 2, the square footage of the dwelling units did not meet the requirements of the development agreement. B, that bathrooms seen in the open house were described as full baths but were only shower and did not include a tub. And C, that the lots that the duplexes sat on should be divided, 1/2 for each of the duplex, but were still one lot. So following that, Commissioner Davis also brought this up under other business July 17th, 2023. The city manager committed to researching those concerns and bringing them back publicly at a future meeting date. That is where we're at today. Following the meeting, staff did notify the developers of Southview Estates that there had been concerns raised and staff would be researching this issue further. As part of that investigation, we started by researching city and county records, including city building permits, and verifying the applicability of the development agreement with bond counsel. City staff then compiled preliminary findings and met with the developers on July 20th, 2023 to discuss those preliminary findings. Those preliminary findings eventually turned into the spreadsheet that was part of the packet, and I will talk about in greater detail as we continue. Staff also scheduled a time to field test the information that we had gathered. So on July 27th, 2023, the city building official, along with 2 partners from Southview, and the city surveyor were on site for measurements. They took field measurements of the exterior walls and foundations of the completed homes. The city surveyor also measured several existing footings for homes where vertical construction had not yet begun. The findings of that preliminary data, as I mentioned, are in the attached spreadsheet. So if we break those findings down related to those concerns that were brought forward, the first one being that square footage as recorded in the county appraiser's office is less than what was reported to the city commission. The square footage displayed by the county, if you're in our mapping software or you go to the appraiser's website as part of the county's website, you can see they have something called finished living space. The county appraiser does their own measurements, both by record, doing their own paper research, or in the field physically measuring, and they work from their own definitions and their own codes. Therefore, the numbers that you can find on a city building permit may not always match a county number, because the definition or how we measured that versus what they measured and the definition that they met can be very different. The second follow-up to that question is the square footage of the dwelling units did not meet the requirements of the development agreement. There are two references within the development agreement, Exhibits G and Exhibit H, which address unit size. So the development plan is Exhibit H, and this is actually a development plan that we put together when we went to the state to request RHID approval. The state asks that you submit this preliminary plan. They say if it matches the state statute, and then from there you come back to the city commission, and then we further act on that and the details of that through the development agreement. We did make that development plan part of the exhibits. Specifically, housing facilities in the development plan identifies that approximately single-family homes will be approximately 1,100 square feet each, and that townhomes will be approximately 900 to 1,100 square feet each. Then Exhibit G is the required housing standards. That is actually part of the development agreement and was drafted at the time of the agreement, and is the more enforceable of the two pieces. And a direct excerpt from that notes that a minimum finished square footage for a single-family detached home should be 1,100 square feet, and for a townhome is 1,000 square feet. You'll also note that Exhibit G, required housing standards, is where we note the price per unit, which is for a single-family home, a maximum initial sales price of $225,000, and for townhomes is a maximum of $190,000. Staff did do some research noting some of the sales. For the townhome, we have one currently pending that we could see from records available to us that is pending for $179,000. And then of the single-family homes, we have an example that is currently pending for $209,000. An example from February 2024 of this year for $214,300, and we have an example from May 5th that is $215,757. So those are some examples of what the homes are selling for, and that is under that maximum initial sales price. Attached in that spreadsheet, you'll note that we went through unit by unit, identified the address, the status, so whether it was finalized, as in someone was living in it, or it was in the construction project process, what the finished square feet from the plans was, and then the square feet per the county site, knowing that those are different numbers, but because that had been brought into the discussion, put that into the spreadsheet for comparison. And then noted the field measurements and then the difference from those specs. And then the floor plan is also noted there. The question regarding bathrooms, seen in the open house as described as full, but only have a shower, not a tub. The development agreement actually doesn't define full bath, nor is it a word or term that's used. There are three references in where the word bathroom is used within the development agreement, and those are also in G and H, similar to square footage that we just discussed. Exhibit H, which is that development plan, talks about how there could be 1 to 2.5 bathrooms, both in single family and townhomes. Exhibit G1, required standards, does not include a number specific to bathrooms at all. And Exhibit G2, minimum construction standards, only refers to the bathrooms needing to have luxury vinyl flooring. So no reference to number of bath, a tub versus a shower, or a definition of full bath. The lots that the duplexes sit on should be divided 1/2 of each for a duplex, but they are still just one lot. First, both the duplexes that have sold, the two townhomes, they are different buildings, have been gone through the resurveying process, split, and recorded. So, but just a little bit about how we handle townhomes and the timing of that. So in an R2 zone for a 2-unit townhome, we actually don't do that lot separation till after construction is complete and an owner is brought in. So you have the initial survey, and then it goes on the market, somebody buys it, and then we split it. And the reason is quite logical once you think about it. If we try to do those lot splits ahead of time, a lot of times they don't actually match the split of the house. We've actually have examples of where the line went through a kitchen or something like that rather than really through the house. So when it's resurveyed prior to that split, you get a more accurate line based on the construction of the home and how it's really done. The other thing is sometimes someone will buy the unit and they don't want it split. They're going to have their parent inhabit the other side, or maybe a grown child, something like that. So we do have on record resurveys, splits, and recorded property for the two that are there. So it is appropriate that it wouldn't have lot split till after those sold. So in conclusion, staff has found that there are homes in Southview Estates subdivision that are less than the required size by the development agreement. There are approximately 10 single-family homes that are less than the required 1,100 square feet. They are 10 to 25 square feet off, and there are 14 townhomes that are less than the 1,000 square feet, and they're off by 60 feet. Developers have provided the attached letter dated September 8th, 2023, stating that they understood finished square feet to include garages, where staff, and I think in our drafting, did not assume that that was finished space. We assumed that the garages would not be included, so I think we have a definition issue there. Finished square feet is not defined in the development agreement. Additionally, the developers note that they did not make the mistake purposefully and recognize the mistake has occurred based on the city's interpretation of the finished space, especially in Model 1 of the townhomes, which is 60 square feet below the minimum. From a city administrative perspective, the development agreement notes, as confirmed by bond counsel, and I believe our bond counsel is online if the commission has questions, that the approval of the building permit does not waive the developer's obligation to the requirements of the development agreement. So if you were to say, well, why did you approve the building permits if they weren't large enough? Well, the building permit process kind of acts as its own. It's looking to see that the homes meet our adopted building codes, not necessarily the enforcement of the development agreement. And the development agreement speaks to that. It says all work on the development project will be inspected by city staff during construction as if this agreement did not exist. So their job is not to inspect for the development agreement, it's to inspect for city building codes. However, staff does recognize as part of the process of administering by the city, we need to ensure accurate application of development agreements. We will note that Southview Estates subdivision is our first ever RHID or MIH project, and we decide to be overachievers and do them at the same time as a first. And that was all part of trying to get housing to meet our housing demands following the update to the Live Salina plan. Though development agreements and grant agreements are not new to the city of Salina when dealing with subdivisions, what is new is the association of a development agreement with building construction standards. Typically, we don't see that in residential. Historically, also, total square footage is not something noted on residential plans. A lot of times we'll get plans and the guys aren't, and I say guys because all of our building inspectors are male, but our inspectors are not looking for that. They'll do a calculation while they're in the system to calculate building permit fee, but there isn't a max size when it comes to housing. We're looking at lot setback and making sure it fits, but really there's never a max or a minimum typically when reviewing that, unless you have a development agreement like that. So, following research and gaining awareness around the weakness in our process, staff has implemented the following changes to keep errors from occurring again in the future. 1, residential building permits now require total square foot calculations be provided by the plan preparer. So, yes, we could do it, but we ask now in our building permit that you submit, as the builder, as the general contractor, what you think the total square footage is of these, so that we're getting to something similar, even if it isn't required for your project. All RHID MIH projects, and there's not a lot of these, but we have another one, require a pre-construction meeting that includes all relevant city departments and all parties associated with the development, including both infrastructure and vertical construction teams, along with project management professionals and representations of the developers meet. Prior to this, pre-construction meetings only occurred for infrastructure. It's a pretty standard part of putting in water and sewer, as you meet with Public Works, go through that design, find times in which inspections are going to occur throughout that. Well, I think what we've learned is that we needed to have the vertical construction conversation at the same time when we were having the infrastructure conversation, because the way these development agreements are, they're such a clipped pace to the development that we're making sure the emergency fire components are all there as soon as we start pouring, and as soon as they start pouring, the rest of the components are there, we start vertical building. So it's very, very succinct process that has to happen in a timely manner to meet those deadlines within the development agreement. So we didn't want to wait and have maybe the infrastructure construction guys working with the vertical construction guys and there be any kind of lag and missing out on enforcement of the development agreement for the building standards. And there's actually building standards in the MIH agreement as well. So we're talking about those from the very beginning. We're also doing verification of each model's square footage within any MIH or RHID subdivision now verified against the development agreement at the building permit stage. Staff has also worked with bond counsel on future verbiage for development agreements that would eliminate confusion and suggested changes that include finished living space rather than just finished space. Finished living space is a term used in zoning and the county appraiser, which then we would have a more consistent definition between all the bodies. Bathroom sizes and fixture details should be defined in the future development agreements, and clarification regarding the role of Exhibit H, the development plan, as a preliminary document, not necessarily a portion of enforceable development agreement, would need to be made. We've already seen evidence that these changes are making a difference and are working, as we have caught nearly an identical issue with Aeroplane subdivision, the other MIH RHID development. However, we were able to catch the error prior to construction. Starting after Southview, we were able to apply these modified processes to the Aeroplanes project. Staff conducted pre-construction meetings as described and addressed housing model sizes as prescribed in the development agreement. Prior to construction, one of the model types is identified as being too small. The developer has since revised the plan and the project continues to move forward. And it was a simple mistake. I think it's a simple mistake like it is in this scenario. They had used a particular building permit for aeroplanes at another project and asked their plans drawing person to make some minor revisions. And in making those minor revisions, cut down the square footage. It wasn't something purposeful from them. They thought they were making a modification to address some new changes between codes, between cities, and between the MIH grant. And in making those modifications, lost necessary square footage to stay in compliance. And it just hadn't even crossed their minds because, well, it had been fine before. So I think it's been a good learning experience for staff to know that, you know, that seems to be something that's overlooked and we needed to build it into our process. So for commission action, staff recommends the commission ask any questions of staff or the developers prompted by the staff report or the attached letters and attached information provided by Craig Piercy, managing partner of Southview Estates LLC. And with that, the commission may consider the available information and without waiving the city's legal rights under the development agreement, the commission may choose to consider whether it finds and determine in its discretion based upon representation of the members of Southview LLC that, Mike, will you read those two for me?
Sure. So finding that no ill intent, that it was inadvertent with no ill intent deviated from the city's interpretation of the per unit minimum finished square footage requirement in the case of certain units, the deviations, and therefore, upon the condition that Southview Estates LLC agrees in writing that all future units shall be constructed in compliance with the minimum finished square footage requirements set forth in Exhibit G of the development agreement without including the square footage of garages, that Southview Estates LLC will not be regarded as materially or intentionally in default or breach of the overall intent of the development agreement as a result of the deviations, or you can make similar findings and determinations based upon other conditions deemed relevant by the Commission and as agreed to in writing by Southview Estates. One thing that I did want to touch on is we intentionally structured this agenda item and staff report to provide you all this information for public discussion. You could go into executive session to consider the city's legal options pursuant to the development agreement as essentially a default of the agreement, and you could discuss remedies and any other outcomes that you might want to pursue. And if so, we've provided you the necessary motion to do that as well.
Thank you. Sorry, my allergies are killing me.
And while I have the floor, I guess, one other very minor item, I think, as Ms. Driscoll was reporting out the language from the development agreement related to housing facilities, she inadvertently described the square footages for townhomes as approximately 900 to 1,100 square feet when it was actually 950 to 1,100 square feet.
I apologize.
No intention to round that down further, but just wanted to clarify.
Happy to answer any questions. I do believe there's representation from the development entity, Southview Estates LLC, and bond counsel is online.
Okay, we'll start to my left and with questions or comments and Ms. Driscoll or the developer or the city manager.
I hope I know the answer to this question, but just want to make sure that the deed, as far as the home purchaser was concerned, the square footage that they actually received is what was on the deed. So the standards that we're looking at were not reporting to the owner, but just to the development agreement and RHID.
Correct. They're specifically to the development agreement. Right. I will note, Mr. Piercy did attach their building plans. These were ones that were displayed when you took action on the development agreement. What I will note is this cover page that has that total square footage was actually not in their submitted plans. We got the plans, but without that cover page. So it wasn't until after that July 17th meeting where we met with Southview and they said, well, hey, why didn't you guys see the total square footage? And then when we pulled the building permits of what had been submitted to us, we didn't have that cover page that had that total square footage. So even if it had been part of our process and we had seen it, the number wasn't there. But what I can say is that there was a disconnect between our building permit process and looking for a minimum square footage because it's just not something we do.
Okay, I do have a question, but
No, I'm done.
I guess my concern is that there'd be full disclosure that I believe on the county's website, assessors, they list the square footage of living space and then the garage space is listed separately. So going forward, is that, I see you have it on here that they have the garage space broken down. But when a house is marketed, is it typically market, like this one, for instance, 1,097 square feet living space, 273 garage space, total of 1,370 feet. Is that how we market a house today?
I guess I don't market houses, Commissioner.
Oh, okay.
But what we do have responsibility to is making sure they stay in compliance with the development agreement. I think the lesson learned here is I don't think we ever thought we would have had to define finished space more than we need to, but clearly there's a misunderstanding there, but the way this is written, it's a little hard to say, you know, here's what our definition of finished space is. I think if that's something the body wants to discuss, that definitely gets into the interpretations of the development agreement with bond counsel. But from staff's review and working with bond counsel, I think that's up for debate. But it's not our interpretation in administering the development agreement that we thought finished space included the garage. But I can say that we hadn't taken into account, and it's not a normal thing to take into account, how the county appraiser is cutting things and slicing and dicing and doing their measurements, just because I can't enforce those.
So going forward.
Going forward, I would do a definition that distinctly defines how we measure finished space. If the house has to be 1,000 square feet, our 1,000 square feet is this. It's finished living space and includes these spaces. It does not include these spaces, so there isn't a question.
Thank you.
And as we refer to that in terms of going forward, that's an amendment that could be mutually agreed to, an amendment to the existing agreement, if that's
the body's
helpful.
wish. Plus, you know, I'd like to not have that happen again. So in any future development agreements, we would learn from this and make that revision.
Just want to hit a couple points in your presentation, or maybe some reaffirmation on my part for recollection. So it's staff's opinion that really there's no intentional shortage of square footage in the situation, just kind of an oversight that happened. Did this commission at some point ever have any paperwork in front of them? Because, I mean, we saw a lot of it that maybe had that square footage on it and we missed it.
Well, nothing that you would have, I believe in one of your meetings when you were reviewing the RHID, you saw these presented by the developer. This cover page with renderings just saying these are the types of houses that we plan on building. But the actionable thing that you would have approved is the development agreement. That at the end of the day is what says, particularly Exhibit G says, if you're building a single-family house in this subdivision, its finished square footage minimum is 1,100 square feet.
But just to put a finer point on it, the second paragraph of the letter from Southview says, attached are cover sheets for the homes that were turned into the city commission and were part of the development agreement. These were all approved by the commission. They went through staff and were
seen at
issued
a
building
public meeting.
permits.
But they aren't exactly, they're not attached to the development agreement as an exhibit. They were seen to say, hey, these are the examples of things that we're going to build, but they're not exhibits that become necessarily the enforceable part of the development agreement.
So, and that goes back, the square footage that's listed up here, that was, when we discussed, and again, we have development agreement, we have development plan. So this would have been basically shown to us when we were probably discussing the development plan.
Yes,
Okay.
likely it could have been at the development plan or it could have been the development agreement, but you would have seen these as examples of what they planned to build.
Right.
But in no way did you adopt a certain set of
Right.
plans.
But at no time did we ever question the square footage either, that I did not
That's kind of where I was going with that. And I think the other thing, I mean, it doesn't sound like anybody who's purchased these, specifically the ones with the 60 square feet shortage, they haven't purchased them not knowing the actual square footage. Like, nobody has been sold something and okay, I just want to make sure I interpreted that correctly. So where I'm going with this is because of what I do for a living, I've seen a lot of property change hands with our business, et cetera, personal property that I live in. And for instance, the property I live in currently, depending on who looks up where, there's two different square footage amounts for my home. And they deviate by, if memory serves correctly, 22 square feet. So, and I can go through kind of the list of properties that over the course of my years as a property manager that we've owned. And there's been deviations like that. So I'm not saying that the requirement wasn't met, but I guess we have a choice as a commission to either make what I think is kind of a mountain out of a molehill, or we can move forward, learn from the mistake, and, do more housing. I mean, we had a need. It was kind of rushed, and mistakes happen, and I guess I'm not feeling overly punitive in my mindset pertaining to this.
If I could offer one clarification, I think staff may have answered a question of yours that would be more appropriately answered by the developer, and that is what square footage was marketed to their buyers? What were they told they bought compared to the actual square footage? I think it'd be more appropriate for the developer to answer that one.
Kelly, what footage people market you, how that was marketed?
I tell you what, I don't know if I've ever
Please
reviewed
give
the list.
name.
Oh, Kelly
Name
Dunn,
and
Salina,
where-
Kansas. Thank you. Thank you.
And
Todd Roberg. I don't know if I really seen what they advertised. They were given that they have all the plans, so I'm sure they probably shared the plans with the homeowners. I know we have not heard one thing from any homeowner about any of this. As a matter of fact, there was one of our people that bought one of our single-family homes got transferred, and they put their house on the market for a substantial amount more than what we sold it to them for, and it sold in one day. So I think our everything's there in line. It's in the price point that we're doing is really good, so.
We haven't marketed anything based upon any.
Name, I'm sorry,
Yeah, Todd
not for
Roberg.
those that don't, okay.
But we haven't marketed anything based upon numbers out of the development agreement. It was per the plans that the houses were built, is the way anything's ever been marketed, so.
Actually, another question just occurred to me, and this is maybe more out of my own curiosity, but are there any of those floor plans that went over the amount of square footage? That was,
The three-bedroom townhome's like 145 square feet over, and I think
Yeah, I've
two
got
or
the
two or
chart,
three of the
yeah.
floor plans of the single-family are over. I
okay,
think there's two floor plans of the single-family. One of them's 8 square feet under, and one of them's 25 or 12 square feet under. And the rest of them, I think the rest of them are over. And then the three-bedroom townhouse is 145 over.
And they were all marketed at the actual square footage, whether it was over or under whatever the development
The actual
agreement
floor
called.
plan that we built.
Right.
Yeah, they had the realtors had all our floor plans, and I'm sure they were shown to the customers. I mean, we're not involved in the actual marketing and selling of them, but they were supplied with, they're supplied with all the floor plans, and I'm sure that's what they presented to the people, along with, viewing the house.
So to rectify this, are you just modifying the existing plans, or?
And we have modified all the plans, so moving forward from now, we have new plans that are, every one of them will be over the 1,100 or the 1,000.
We didn't intentionally do anything, obviously. I mean, it's not that much that we wouldn't have gained anything by doing that. It's a misinterpretation between us and what's in the development agreement. But I think, like we stated in our letter, we're to rectify the difference that we have. I believe we have 6 new permits in or applications in for permits right now. Those 6 we did go ahead and modify, so they would meet the living space definition.
thank you.
Yep.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just a quick point, and I think it's a follow-up a bit to Mr. Scragg's point earlier. If you are looking at consideration of the initial option outlined in the blue sheet, it does refer to any determination of intent on the part of the developers. I think you want to be sure is based upon your opportunity to hear, as you have, or any other questions you might have, directly from the developers as you attempt to ascertain their intent, rather than any analysis necessarily by staff or anyone else. But just want to make sure that that's the framework that you're in as you attempt to ascertain any of those issues.
Can I ask one?
Go ahead.
It would be more of the city attorney. If I get close to executive session stuff, just change your facial expression. But are we under any obligation by powers that be that run the RHID program to act on this in any direction, one way or the other?
I would think that I should defer to bond counsel. Bond counsel, I understand Dominic Eck with Gilmore and Bell is online. I don't know if he had an opportunity to hear the question, but I think it'd be important for him to address that.
As I was trying to decide how we were going to handle this, because this is a little different, I kind of thought we would ask questions, and if we had any comments, do that. I would like to open it up to the public for comment, and then it might make sense to go into executive session to discuss the legal aspects of this development agreement with bond counsel. Does that make sense?
That certainly sounds appropriate if that's your preference.
I would think that would be. Yeah, question for, I guess, Ms. Driscoll is, you talked about modification to the development agreement. Do we need to do that based on the definitions or some of the concepts between the developer and the city? Do we need to do that?
It's my understanding from city legal counsel, and I'm sure he can further verify, staff was noting those things that would be changed in future development agreements, but I believe at the, written findings and determinations that are noted in here, kind of under options 1 and 2, could specifically further outline, I think, that, one, kind of stating the motive of the situation, and then that's rectified through a renewed understanding going forward.
Yeah. And I've got to admit, once Commissioner Davis brought this up, I went back. I do keep some of my stuff, not all of it. But I went back and pulled the development agreement versus the development plan and became somewhat confused because one of them talked about approximately versus, the actual square footage, which from talking to staff, the one was sent to the state, the development plan. The development agreement's actually what we worked off of. But, and that I did not catch early on. And again, when we discussed the square footage and I looked at these, I didn't catch that either. So I feel like as a commissioner, I have some fault also that I didn't catch that the 1,100 square foot or the 1,000 square foot was not living space, if we want to call it, on the plans. To quote Mr. Scragg, who tells me this about every week, the devil is in the details. and again, we didn't catch this. I don't believe it was blatantly done. The important thing is, I think we found it and we can correct it moving forward. I think it's going to enhance what we do with other developers if we do this similar thing. And again, it sounds like it's already helped on the aeroplane. I thought back to when the developers came to us with what they were going to sell the properties for, and all I can remember is being concerned about construction costs at the time, that we were going to have troubles hitting our benchmarks of 225 and 190, and was impressed and felt good about the fact that the dollar amounts came in below the target amounts. This is a project that these individuals don't build, and we asked somebody to go out there and develop what I call workforce housing, and it does appear like when I look at the number of homes that have been sold, that what they build is working, and it's filling a niche. So it's unfortunate that we're at this juncture and have an issue, but I do want to hear from the public, and then I do think I would like to go into executive session to talk with bond counsel to get some clarification on a couple things. But as I looked at the worksheet we had here, you know, there's numerous homes that came in at the square footage that was requested. A number of them came in at 8 foot over, some at 10 and 25 foot under, which when we look at those, we're talking about less than 1% to like 2.5%. So I think the ones that, and then they also, there was a number of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably about 15 or had to be an even number, 16 that came in at 145 square foot over the 1,000 on the duplexes. So again, it's unfortunate that this happened. I don't think anything was done maliciously, but we need to correct it going forward. And I would like to hear from the public if there's anyone that has comments or questions.
Mayor
I did ask Ms.
Yes.
Driscoll to make one clarification if she could.
Yeah, so the minimum square footage of a home is not an RHID requirement.
Right.
So that's where you see, you know, the RHID development plan is basically us sending that to the state saying, do you like our plan? Does it meet the criteria? But they're not exceptionally, that number is in our development agreement, and it's a responsibility of us, not necessarily a requirement to meet state statutes. So
Right.
there is no issue there from that perspective.
I think that might have answered your question about with the state requirement.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions from the public?
Ben Winholt, Salina. Well, you've caught the mistake, and it sounds like most of you are willing to take credit for changing it, and changes are good. And if it doesn't involve the grant or bond or grant money that they're getting, that's fine too if they come to that conclusion. The problem that I've got is, and this was noted before at earlier meetings, that not only did they get grant money from state, federal, whatever, they got city money too, because they got free building permits, basically. So the problem I got here is, even though there was a mistake and it was inadvertent, it wasn't on purpose, why should the taxpayer belly up money for these developments when they were in the wrong to begin with? Because an agreement is an agreement. Anything you sign, buying a car, buying a home, or whatever, is an agreement. They already changed the rule. You guys already changed the rules earlier with letting the townhomes be bought by investors when that wasn't the case in the first place. And all of the owners of the single-family homes probably were told that this was the way it was going to be, and then you changed the things. So I think if somebody is at fault here, which supposedly nobody is, there still should be some repercussions by the city money coming back, taxpayers' money, having the developers pay that back just because. Because taxpayers, why should we be on the hook for this money when this wasn't even built right? 60 feet for a townhome less is quite a bit of percentage when you're talking 1,000-foot square townhome. So that's something that we need to look into as far as the taxpayers' part of the money.
Norman Mantle, Salina. Accountability, yeah. Why do we have laws? If you do the crime, you do the time. There should be punishment. Oh, the web of deceit we weave. People should be held accountable.
Okay, is there anyone else?
I don't think there's anybody online, but you might just confirm.
Anyone online? Okay. Okay, I will look at my fellow commissioners, just see if they would like to recess into executive session to just discuss the development agreement with bond counsel.
How much
10 minutes, 50,
Let's say 20.
20?
20, yeah, we don't. Yeah, if you'd like to.
Mayor, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations relating to compliance by Southview Estates LLC with the Southview Estates Rural Housing Incentive District Development Agreement, dated effective August 31st, 2021, with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:45 p.m.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 20 minutes. Coming back to this room at 6:45. And I guess we said there is a potential for action. So, okay, got a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we will be back in here at 6:45.
So as an inventory of attendees in executive session, we mentioned Dominic Eck is on the line. He's with our bond counsel, Gilmore and Bell, myself, city legal counsel, Greg Bankson, Lauren Driscoll, development director, Jacob Wood, deputy city manager, Sean Hennessy, assistant city manager, will all be in attendance.
Thank you. Okay, we're back in session. I believe legal counsel would like to make a comment before we move on, as he gets his coat on.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just wanted to explain quickly that the reason we were slightly delayed in reconvening was a question that I posed. And just to assure everyone, the reason that we have to indicate the time that you will be reconvening is so that anyone who might leave can know that you're not going to reconvene prior to the designated time. So just so everybody understands, there is no harm or concern with the Open Meetings Act if it takes a little bit longer for us to reconvene. The only way we can violate the act is if you reconvene prematurely, so that someone who might be relying on that time would miss part of the meeting. So
thank you for that. Okay, I believe Commissioner Davis had a motion he wanted to maybe make.
Yeah, I'll just preface it by saying that my personal belief is that an error in the square footage was made. It's not a 30% reduction. It's a small reduction. Whether you could fit a storage pantry, I mean, who knows what you can do with 25 to 60 square feet, but it does not seem to be an error of intent. Nonetheless, it did occur, and staff has uncovered some very useful suggestions, which will help us going forward. I mean, the houses that are built, they're already built. We're not going to take them apart and rebuild them. In fact, they've been sold. So people, as long as, what they bought was properly and accurately advertised, they knew what they were buying. So it's just a question of the development agreement, which we had at least one opportunity to review. But I think it would be useful going forward to ensure that the changes that have been suggested go beyond just a handshake agreement, that we create a letter of agreement. I don't know whether that's a better term or addendum, whatever would be the best legal term, to incorporate the suggestions on page 4 of our blue sheet that staff has come up with to this current development agreement. The plan is to incorporate these into future ones, but it would, I think, satisfy us that moving forward, and there's nothing wrong with, finding a mistake. The good thing is if you correct it and move forward. It's not about being perfect, it's about getting better. So if we can incorporate these in, I'm not really making a formal statement that you could take as a motion. I'm not sure, I guess I could just simply move to incorporate the suggestions that staff suggested on page 4 of our blue sheet into a letter of agreement with our developers moving forward on future buildings to be constructed. It's kind of a very rough motion. Obviously a very rough motion.
Do we have a?
Is that your motion?
Yeah, probably not my proudest one, but yes.
Do you have any suggestion?
I would certainly would accept
Yes.
suggested rewording if
Based on what he
Just a
said,
second.
and if it sounded like Commissioner Davis has asked that we enter into a letter of agreement, and again, I'm trying to read between the lines, letter of agreement by and between the City of Salina and Southview Estates LLC, and I don't want to say the correct definition, but to address the, what word would we use on that? That's on page 4 of the blue sheet. What would be a good term to use there?
Is confirmation process. And
Confirmation.
I'm looking to Ms. Driscoll. She is the one who will administer that process. So.
The review and
Administer the confirmation process along with finding those definitions, or, I think that's part of it, is to make sure everybody's on the same page about those things.
so
Just clarification. Clarification is shown on page 4.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I was about. I think so. That's what I was processing.
If we take the letter of agreement approach, that will need to come back to you for ratification
Okay.
anyway. So I think what you could do is make a motion to instruct staff to prepare a letter of agreement
Okay.
for your further consideration that addresses resolution of or spells out an agreed upon process to avoid these type of errors from this point forward.
my colleagues would allow that to be my amended motion.
And I will second that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we motion a second to instruct this city staff to prepare a letter of agreement by and between the City of Salina and Southview Estates LLC.
To address process
address-
improvements to focus on the identified
Short
errors that
errors
have occurred to this
as
point.
to the development agreement. Okay. Got a motion a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that passes 4-0. City staff will bring us back a letter of agreement for us to review. Thank you. Okay, now I believe that brings us to other business. Is there an item that the commissioner would like to bring before us, the commission today? Okay, that will.
Well, I'm sorry.
Okay.
One, I did mention to the city manager, and he's already assured me that it's being looked at, but the somewhat rough edges of some of our new asphalt paving, if you're on the cross street, there's a very abrupt ledge that you hit when you go up onto the new pavement. And I just hadn't been aware of it with our past street maintenance before, but there are a lot of intersections and a lot of driveways where cars are bottoming out, and I guess the roadway is getting higher, but the gutter and the sidewalk isn't.
Overlay being installed is one of our Thank you. One of our pavement approaches, and it actually, I first became aware of it last year, is a noticeable an increase in thickness in the roadway, which then is even more noticeable at a perpendicular intersection. And there is a solution to that to try to feather that out. Staff, Public Works in particular, is aware of that, and we had already acknowledged that that's a follow-up step. The conversation we're having is trying to shorten that time frame between that initial installation and that, as well as the other thing that comes up is addressing manholes. When we do paving the manholes noticeably low, we do come back and level all of that up, but trying to shorten that time frame as well. A couple years ago, there were rubber discs that were installed over the manholes, which were intended to smooth that out, but then they would get knocked out of the manhole and be a bump somewhere else randomly on the road. So have taken up both of those with Public Works, and we're trying to work through a way to expedite those fixes following the pavement work.
Thanks.
Oh, and I did have one thing. I wanted to thank city staff. Brought it up several weeks ago when we were discussing the medians, and the tree that I considered to be an issue on Magnolia as you turn onto Eagle Crest has been removed, and it does definitely increase your line of sight as you're turning there. So,
But while we're on there, that is a site, what's called the site triangle, and there are other examples of that. Commercial driveways intersecting a street. We take reports of those, and then we go out and take a look at them and address them. That one happened to be our tree. In other instances, we'll have to take a code enforcement approach with the owner.
Mayor, could I add one other? I was at this is good news. I was at a meeting in Kansas City Saturday, and a gentleman who lives in Wichita was part of the Leadership Kansas tour, which was here last week, and he said everyone, to a person, felt like just like a generic king, the way the city took care of them. They were quite impressed by the downtown hotel, the businesses, and thought Salina really put its best foot forward. So whoever had a part in that, thank you.
Well, I know several of us presented to them, and Rafael Mendez needs to be given a big pat on the back because he put that together and tried to showcase the community, because Leadership Kansas hadn't been in Salina for years. So if anyone,
and you were mentioned by name.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's good or bad. But anyway.
I agree. Raphael deserves a lot of credit.
Raphael did a great job.
He was an attendee the year prior and just took note that it hadn't been in Salina, and he made it happen.
Yeah,
So.
and did a great job of putting a schedule together and stuff for them. So thank you to him. So, okay, with that, we will open it up to citizens forum. Is there anyone that would like to come before the commission?
Ben Wendell, Salina. Two things. Thank you, commissioners, for giving away city money to developers that are making money off homes that they're doing. Why not? Grant money, taxpayers' money, it's coming in like you wouldn't believe anyway with all the taxes going up. Second thing is, going back to the study session today, when Lauren was talking about decreases in things that have happened, we figured out that the neighborhood block parties were the ones that were affected by this $200 charge. Well, I can tell you from experience with being the cruise leader and the Facebook page executor of Thursday Night Cruisers that not only is it block parties, but it's got to do with a lot of different things that involve cars. Two of them are, we do 15 nursing homes, drive-bys or park. In our park, we park there on some of them. During the course of our season, any given season, we have 32 weeks total. So half of them are at retirement homes, nursing homes, retirement centers. The one on 3rd Street, Legacy of Salina, every year wanted us to park, and this year it didn't happen because of two things. One, she was late, not realizing that she had to get an application in early. And two, when she found out what the fees were going to be with the application and everything, that they couldn't do it. Also, the church over on, and I don't know which church it is, over on the corner of 7th and Mulberry. Every year on a Sunday evening for a few hours, they used to do the parking lot behind Old Chicago and then had to move out into the street because Old Chicago, we were taking away their parking, would do a car show. And it was a free show by donation. Basically, they had all kinds of neat things for the kids to do and everything. That has went away too, because they figured out that what it was going to cost them to get barricades to block off a block of South 7th, they, as a nonprofit, they couldn't do it. So you need to look into what's going on with these costs, because anytime you take away something that brings a community, a neighborhood, or whatever together, and you're charging them astronomical amount of money, it's not a good look for the community leaders for letting these people do what they want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's part of the reason we had the study session today, to address some of those, so thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, with that, we have another executive session to move into, and how long? And we need a 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
Yeah, and how long to?
20 minutes.
So it'd be 20 plus a 5-minute break?
Yep.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of confidential legal considerations relating to the points of negotiation with Salina Destination Development, LLC, regarding the city's multifamily housing project based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319, Section B, subsection 2. The session will be preceded or beforehand will be a 5-minute break. So the open meeting will resume in this room.
7:27?
Yep, 6:27, or yeah, 7:27.
Second.
Motion is second to move into executive session following a 5-minute break, returning to this room at 7:27. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And I take it there'll be no action.
No action. Attendees include you as the governing body, Greg Bankson, City Legal Counsel, myself, Lauren Driscoll, Community Development Director, Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager, Sean Hennessy, Assistant, Matt Webster with Stiefel Nicholas, our Financial Advisor, and I don't believe outside legal counsel is online.
Is Commissioner Ryan
Yeah,
still
you
with?
gonna invite Commissioner Ryan back? He's
Yes.
done for the day.
Well, that's partially up to him, but we'll reach out to him.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are back in session, and there is no action to be taken at this time. So with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 4-0 as I expected. We will see everyone next week.